Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to another Canadian Weather live stream. This one's going to be a bit of a mixed bag. We actually are aiming for Alberta area for severe thunderstorms that are just getting going. However, in Ontario, there was a tornado warning, so I'm bringing that up right away. This is down by London. This storm that is interacting with the lake breeze is what triggered it. So this is to the northeast of Ridgetown, southwest of London, and it's heading out over open water. So that is the good news. I'm just going to back it up here. You can see the rotation as it crossed over the 401 here, and then tightened up a little bit brighter there. That's the brightest signature in terms of speed. And this is our latest scan, but it's on the shoreline. It's basically just south of Rodney at this point, to the east of Clear Creek Provincial or Clear Creek Forest Provincial Park. So this storm is moving out over water, which means it could be a water spout. So we still have to pay attention to it. So that's what's going on in Ontario. So I wanted to quickly cover that if anybody's jumping in here, taking a look at things. We also have a storm heading into London that possibly will get severe warned here shortly. It looks like it's got some pea-sized hail in it right here. So that's another storm headed in a different direction. That's what's going on. So let me back it out here and I'll show you folks what transpired here. You can see how that one storm at the south over the 401 just kind of split off. And it's what generated the tornado warning. It's headed out to water, but then we have this other storm marching into London, and it's on the very west side of London, Ontario right now. So again, this tornado warned storm here heading out to the water. Rotation has subsided somewhat. And let's just take a look at, and the next scan here, the rotation is even weaker, so that's good. I'll back this up just because I know this is what's going to have a bunch of people jumping in here. So this was where it was at its strongest, and it was probably only a few scans, and then essentially when it went away. So where we see those reds and greens together, that's our concern as far as wind speeds are concerned with rotation. So again, heading out to water, rotation has subsided. So I think, again, that we're pretty good. It was just a quick interaction with some possible lake breeze. And I'm going to bring this up and I'm going to come back to Ottawa and Montreal area. We have weather all over the place right now. So we have a bunch of isolated thunderstorms around eastern Ontario. These are all moving southeast, and I'm going to show you what's going on in Montreal area or south of Montreal. Here you've got all these thunder boomers south of Ottawa and the west side of eastern Ontario, essentially. These are just marching through. None of them are severe warned, but obviously quite a bit of thunder and lightning on some of them. At my house, for example, here in Kemptville, there's been many cracks just around the house, and you can see that, right outside of Kemptville, we've got a ton of lightning isolated in there, but nothing severe warned. These are just small isolated thunderstorms. What is going on in Montreal? Montreal has this train of storms that have been basically parked over that area for the last few hours, and there is some serious flooding going on. Some indications of 9 inches of rain in some areas just southeast, as you can see. So flooding, a major issue kind of southeast of St. Constant through the St. Constant area, but been trailing there for several hours. So we have flooding in that area. And now I'm going to move over to Calgary, which is what our principal reason for going online was. And I'm going to just show you guys a couple of storms moving. Well, there's quite a bit of hail moving through Calgary now. So this is why we were coming live. Let me just play the cycle here and get this out of there. They're updating that, so I'm going to cover that. We've had a few storms, one pop by Bragg Creek, and then just near Diamond Valley, and then they have that purple indication, so that's where you start to see hail in those storms. And if I move it ahead a couple more cycles, you can see that this one particular storm now has a very significant hail core going through Calgary at this point. So give me 1 second here. Turn this tool off. And we'll circle this. So this area right here is where all your hail is tucked in. This is moving northeast towards Chestermere, but this is on the south side of Calgary. And this is packing some very large hail in here. I would not be surprised if I heard about golf balls out of this at this point. So I would definitely, if you are in the path of this, you need to take shelter. So you can see here, again, it is marching northeast, and that storm just exploded with hail at this point, and is moving east and northeast. There is another one to the north, and that's what these severe thunderstorm warnings are all about. They're calling for loony to ping pong ball sized hail and obviously heavy rain. I don't know if you can hear the thunder in the background. That's from here in Kemptville, Ontario. But this storm up here as well potentially has some smaller hail in it, but it's starting to get its act going. So this could be another one that's heading towards Highway 9, and it could definitely produce quite a bit of hail. So I know there's a lot of comments and questions in here. And again, we are covering a large area. Our intention was mostly Alberta. I did have Ontario kind of in the back of my mind to skip around back and forth. We do have some also in Edmonton area around there. These are basically rainfall warnings, so heavy rain for the next couple of days. They're calling for 50 to 100 millimeters of rain, obviously around Edmonton, Whitecourt, out to Hinton, all the way to the BC border, so into the Rockies. So that's what we're watching right now. I'm going to continue to monitor this one storm that is out over the water here in London. That is our other potential for threat at this point. It did generate a tornado warning. It does still have rotation, so I'm going to highlight it. It's not tight and it's not bright. So when these colors start to get really bright, that's where we get concerned with it. But this is basically just over that, basically just about to go over water is what I'm trying to spit out. You can see the lakeshore is this little line right here. That's the edge of the water, basically. So just about to go out there, and our last scan was about 7 minutes ago. So we should have a new one here any minute. So we'll see if this storm intensifies as it gets over open water. And we still have that little bit of hail going towards London. This would be pea-sized hail, maybe slightly bigger than that, but roughly pea-sized hail in that storm as well, marching into London. So some very isolated activity in Ontario. It is absolutely pouring at my house right now. I can tell you that much. I can hear it on the windows. Let me just see if I can pull up my camera. Okay, and I'm also getting some photos out of Calgary from one of my moderators. So, oh, that tornado warning again. Let me back up here. They are updating it. So let's go to here because this is obviously the bigger priority at this point. Wow, that one's shaking the house. Lots of thunder at my place right now. So rotation again has moved off of land. Essentially, it's not as tight anymore. I'm going to see what they've, and they're now expiring it. So again, Environment Canada just confirming what we were talking about earlier. We had a couple of scans right here where rotation was starting to pick up. You can see those red and greens. This was the most intense right here. This was at 4:05 p.m. So about 20 minutes ago, and now it has subsided and it's heading out over water. So that tornado warning for west of St. Thomas, southwest of London, is over with at this point, and that is heading over water. There's no longer tight rotation. We will have to keep an eye on it just in case it re-intensifies. And then again, I'm coming back to Eastern Ontario. I was looking at the storms that are firing here. So along the 416, we have a fairly aggressive storms with lots of thunder and lightning and shaking the house here. I'm going to pull up the weather cam just so we can show that to you folks. Oh, and my power was just knocked out. So luckily, I hope we're still streaming because we've put a lot of things in place to keep our live stream going, even if the power goes out. But that lightning strike was right next to my house and literally killed every other thing in the house other than my studio and my internet. So hopefully we are still going live here. This is crazy. So let me swing back here, come back to this, and then I'm going to show you the hail that is falling in Calgary. So we do have hail accumulation. This looks like Anderson Road and Acadia. So I'm going to share this. This is out in Calgary now. So I know I'm bouncing around, but that's off a traffic cam outside of Calgary. So that's the hail. You can see the windshield on that car absolutely covered. So let me swing back to Calgary and show you what's going on out there. And we'll continue to try and do this. So we're starting to very hot as far as the live stream's concerned today. So again, this is Calgary. This is moving northeast at this point, and again, lots of hail packed into this. So you can see how it just expanded on the last 2 or 3 scans. This is a 4-minute-old scan. I will tell you, I'm going to measure the distance of it. So from the southern tip, which is right by the 2 and 22X, to north of it is 13 kilometers. So this hail swath is very wide. And again, we're talking probably, Environment Canada saying loony to ping pong ball sized hail on this storm. And I would not at all be surprised, especially on the scan that was one step back. I want to say there's actually some deeper purple in here, which that indicates some larger hail. So that was over Deer Ridge and Diamond Cove area. You can see those big pieces of purple pixelation, which again, we get into that larger hail. That was at 4:17, so 11 minutes ago. And this is our latest scan here 5 minutes ago. So we're waiting another 3 minutes on this. So a lot going on today. Again, this was our primary objective this afternoon for the live stream was outside in Alberta. Just looking at that. So we do have several severe warned storms out that way. And obviously the thunderstorm watch that went out earlier, just talking about that Environment Canada is saying conditions are favorable for, storms that are capable of producing strong wind gusts, large hail, and heavy rain. They're going to develop along the foothills early this afternoon and move eastward to the Saskatchewan border by this evening. Some of these thunderstorms may become severe, which obviously that's the case currently. So I'm just jumping around here looking to see. We've got video from Braden Morriso out that way. So there's this storm as it's moving through. I'm going to pull it up here. Bear with me for a second. We're going to get it full screen. So this is outside near Calgary. This is Braden Morriso. I'm just going to play this out for you guys. If it'll play, there we go. And you can see some rotation in that storm, not strong at this point, but definitely something to pay attention to. So that's what's going on there. The other thing is I know I've got Connor here. I've got to get him in the live stream, so bear with me for 1 second here. And I'll pull him up as well. We definitely jumped on very quickly at this point. Not as much prep time as I would have liked. Let's see if we can get Connor in here. Let's go. Okay. Wow, my house is shaking. Okay, Connor's in the live stream now. I've just got to get his audio working, so I think I've got that there. Connor, can you hear us?
I sure can.
Okay, so Connor's now in the stream, so he's going to help out here. I'm going to do my best to juggle things. Obviously, we have quite a bit going on right now. But we're, again, Calgary, that storm is packing a significant punch. I'm waiting for the next scan, and there you go. It's moved northeast. So it's on the east side of Calgary, or southeast corner of Calgary, going into Chestermere, heading towards that Trans-Canada Highway, which obviously a lot of traffic on that. So definitely going to be an issue as traffic moves through that way. I know Calgary does get hail often, but obviously going to impact travel this afternoon. Our time is 4:30 p.m. I apologize. We are 2 hours ahead of you, so this is 2:30 p.m. Calgary time, but we are bouncing quite a few places all over Ontario. We've got Quebec even, but Alberta is the main focus this afternoon. So again, one more storm northeast of it, a little more broken up here, but it is heading towards our radar. Our radar is sitting right here. So if I highlight that, actually, give me 1 second. That's where our radar is, right here north at Strathmore. So as those storms get closer, the radar will become somewhat blind because the storms will be above it, and the radar doesn't shoot straight up, it shoots out towards the horizon. So we'll keep an eye on that, but there's definitely another storm with hail in it. Looking at more storms to the south, so far nothing too bad. Our area of concentration is unfortunately right over Calgary. So that's what's going on. I do have, I'm going to try and jump in to get some comments in terms of some of the stuff that's going on. Saying pea-sized hail, heavy thunder, torrential rain, 13 millimeters in 5 minutes in Kemptville, back in eastern Ontario, which is where, again, I'm based out of. The thunder has been shaking the house to the point where it did knock my power out. I actually should check if the power is completely out. Well, my UPS isn't beeping, so that's good, because I have a generator that I can fire up as well. So what else have we got going on here? Okay, let me jump back to Ontario and see what's going on back here. So again, the tornado warning around the London area, that is over with. Yeah, that's definitely over and done with and gone over the water. Bear with me for a sec, just communicating with moderators and stuff like that. So this has moved out. London, they've got some hail on the northwest corner of London. This would be pea-sized hail, maybe a slightly bigger than that, but this is basically heading from Medway Heights, Universal Hospital, and Western University. So it's, Connor, can you mute your mic, man? Typing's pretty loud. Just throw mute on it, I guess. Anyways, what I was going to say here, so that is moving through London. And then obviously back here in eastern Ontario, quite a few isolated thunderstorms, but these ones have heavy downpour in them. I'm starting to worry about the Kemptville area because this storm is not really moving off by the looks of it, if I had to guess. It's just they're continuing to pop and trail through that same area along the 416, which is somewhat similar to what we started to see here in Montreal with these line of storms that have just been pouring rain, and there's flooding going on in southern Quebec, south of Montreal. We've seen some stuff there. So I'm a little concerned that this might be the case of what's going on here. We're just going to have continuous repetitive updrafts that are going to create, rain or heavy rain at this point. And I mean, we're getting on the very high end of the scale. There's almost maybe little hail in here. And I think we had, Keena's saying we had pea-sized hail in Kemptville. So that's confirmed by radar as well. It's just, we've got a lot going on today, so bouncing around all over the place. Again, somebody asking about, can we check the London again? London is, the storm that's headed there does have hail in it, but that's basically the threat there. We did have that tornado warning back to the southwest. That has moved over water, and that is expired at this point. So no longer anything to worry about, but we do have this hail here. So what else? So Yeah, they're easy breezy saying no warnings for Kempville. There won't be any warnings until either the winds get over 90 kilometers an hour, or there's 3 centimeter hail, or you end up with more than 50 millimeters of rain possible. So those are the parameters for severe in Canada. So yeah, the lightning and all that kind of stuff doesn't come into play. But again, we are watching this stuff. As far as all these storms out in Calgary producing some significant hail swath. This one is about, I think, 13 kilometers long is what we said. 4:29 p.m. So we should have another scan here because we get them every 8 minutes. So if you're new to the channel, we do get our radar updates from Environment Canada every roughly 8 minutes. So in that 8 minutes, I'm trying to cover Calgary, Ontario, and also Quebec. So we're just kind of doing a rotation at this point. Hopefully the 3 areas will be down to 1 or 2, but we'll see what's going on. So yeah, easy breezy saying that's the most severe storm we've had so far this year. Definitely with all this thunder and lightning, the fact that it knocked out my power as well for a blip, like it was a brownout, definitely had my attention. So okay, so this is our next scan for Calgary. It is now over Hotchkiss, where the junction with 22 and 201, or 22X, I should say, and 201, everything is kind of to the east of it, but we have, I guarantee you, quite a bit of pea-sized hail buried in this. And this is going to go through Prairie Schooner Estates and south of there as well. So I don't, right in this specific area here. So that storm, the hail is still quite significant. And we have another storm here tucked to the west of Highway 9 that is indicating on the south end that it looks like it's got some larger hail in it. So again, all of this is moving northeast. We'll bring this back here and show you how this has kind of marched on over the last half an hour to an hour. And you can see that. So if this storm back here looks like it's trying to catch up with the leading storm, they may merge, and we'll see what happens. If that's the case, it could amplify the storm, or it could even, not kill it off, but weaken the storm as well. So that's the Calgary side of things in Alberta. We're going to swing back. I'm going to look at Ontario while I've got those 8 minutes to run between scans and do analysis. So we are swinging back down to London area, southwest Ontario. So the storm that was tornado warned is out over the water. It does not look like of any significance at this point. The hail is right over Western University, or to the north of it through Medway Heights and University Hospital. You can see those brighter pinks in there. So we're probably getting pea size, maybe a little bit bigger on this. Again, down in that general area. So so this is moving again eastward for the most part. So I'll bring that up, show you over the last few scans how this approached London. And you can see it on the bottom of the screen. The hail moved kind of a bit to the north and now has tucked itself up there. So the storm basically has a very significant hail core indicator on radar. And I would say that we'll measure this for you guys. This is rough. Oh, whoops, wrong one. Too many tools. This one here is roughly 3.5 kilometers across, so not as significant as what's out in Calgary, but obviously still going to be some impact as far as the hail is concerned, especially if it starts to get larger than pea-sized and we get into grapes or bigger. Obviously, London International Airport would be on track with this storm if it maintains, and that's the question mark, whether it maintains or not. So we'll keep an eye on that as this happens or moves eastward. And I'm going to switch over and go back to Eastern Ontario, and then we'll cover Quebec, and then we'll flip back to Calgary. So that's what we're going to do. The latest scan for Kempville looks a little better, still quite a bit of rain involved. So the rain component isn't going down, and I can show you this. This is right outside my home. You can still see those significant raindrops. We've gotten a fair bit of rain over the last 2 days. I want to say 2 or 3 days we've gotten 60 millimeters before this started. So ground is going to start getting saturated where it can't get to the point where it won't be able to absorb. So that's going to be our other concern there. So that is Kempville. Again, these storms are moving southeast. I know there's some events happening. Brockville Raceway has races today. Those storms are unfortunately going to make their way down there. And again, you can see they're quite isolated. They go up, they go down. So there's a lot of mixing going on in the environment. And so they're not sustaining for long, but they are popping up, and obviously quite a bit of rain around the Kempville 416 corridor. You can see those storms kind of trailing through there. So that's what's going on there. And then if I look at Montreal, we still have this line that just basically extends from Saint Eustache, Dollard des Ormeaux through Dorval, Saint Constant, and then south there into Napierville. And I'll play the radar here, and you can see how this has just been a conveyor belt of rain essentially to the south of Montreal for the most part. And we've seen lots of flooding. I know Connor was saying, give me a sec here. I'm just looking at some stuff here. So yeah, there's a lot of flooding happening south of there, and Connor was watching some live streams there. So definitely some issues going on south of Montreal. You're muted.
I believe the highest the highest precip totals are probably going to be around Napierville. There was some serious flooding going on there when I was watching some streams.
Yeah, we were
And
looking at what,
places
9
along that
inches?
highway too. Yeah, like well over 100 millimeters today at least, probably
So we
approaching
can,
150 at this point.
yeah. So we have a tool that we can look at from US radar, so storm total precipitation. And if I take that tool and turn it on, there's 9.3 inches. Right now, that's what it's showing, 9.9. So we have a 10-inch reading. Saint Jacques Le Mineur, we do have 10 inches of rain there. So you're getting into the 10 inches of rain, you're at 250 millimeters roughly, which is crazy amount of rain. So
Yeah,
obviously
that's
flooding
absolutely
and
insane.
yeah, flooding is obviously going to be a major issue as far as that's concerned. So Montreal area experiencing weather, Southwest Ontario, Eastern Ontario, and now back to Calgary again. So we are definitely bouncing around this afternoon. So let's see where this is. This is 441. So this is the latest scan. The good news is east of Calgary, this storm is starting to lose its hail core. Unfortunately, it intensified right over Calgary. So again, I'll back that up. We still have that storm over 9, Highway 9, which I'll show you. So you can see here, this is where the storm, as it crossed through that southern portion of Calgary, it got across 22X, then kind of expanded the hail core, then across around the 201. And then here you can see how that hail core just expanded, which is those bright pink pixels. And that's showing you where that hail is. And now over the last 2 scans, it has weakened. And it's probably because it's interacting with this storm to the northeast of it. So we'll have to see after that merger happens whether this will just re-intensify as one single strong storm or if it will dissipate. And again, this storm over 9 basically has a hail core in there. And this is, again, marching in that northeast direction. So this was the latest scan here. So crossing over Highway 9, I bet you there's pea-sized hail, maybe slightly larger in that, between pea-sized and grapes maybe. So again, that's tracking northeast towards the Strathmore radar, which is tucked in right over here. So
I'll jump in on one of those Calgary storms.
yep.
So if you look at the one south of Calgary between High River and Nanton,
Mm-hmm.
that would be the discrete one to watch, I guess. However, dew points are very weak in front of these storms. They're like in the high 40s or low 50s. So moisture is quite low at this point. But we'll see if that moisture can ramp up over the next hour or two before they move east.
Yeah, there's definitely warmer temps out east of Calgary. We've got 25 degrees Celsius recorded in Drumheller and Brooks. As Connor's mentioning, they may be heading into a better environment temperature-wise, but the moisture is not there, and you do need moisture usually in the 60s, 50s, 60s out west, because you've got what we call upslope forcing or continental forcing, which does help storms to maintain in poor conditions, I will say. We'll keep monitoring that, and we're going to walk you guys through that as the afternoon progresses. Again, I'm going to swing back all the way down to London, and we'll take a look at the latest scan from that radar. And let's see. So the hail core is still there. There is a report here. This is this little diamond here is a hail report saying 1-inch hail. So again, somebody reporting 1-inch hail, and with this bright pink here right over Spencer Hotel and Conference Center, just near King's University College at Western, that bright pink area would be where I would suspect there would be some large hail in there embedded into that hail core. So still moving east, it is going towards Huron Heights and the Grove. And then eventually, if it does sustain, it's going to get to that London International Airport, and planes and hail don't mix well, unfortunately. So, and again, anybody checking in, the tornado warning itself has been canceled. That's been for a while. The storm has moved over Lake Erie, so there's no concern there, and I don't see anything strong on that storm. That's what we're looking at right here in the center of the screen. That's what originally generated that quick tornado warning, because there was rotation on that storm a while back. So again, heading towards eastern Ontario. Still lots of rain over parts of Kemptville, but it looks like it's moving off to the south a little bit, paralleling the 416, heading down to Shanley, and then it's going to go obviously to the 401. We do have some storms out there, but none of this is severe warned. Obviously a lot of thunder booming going on this afternoon in the area, but nothing is to the severe side of things, which is good. I just noticed we have a trail of storms here just north of Ottawa now, and there's one near, looks like to the northwest of St. Pierre to Wakefield, might be getting itself organized here. A lot of lightning on it, so you can always tell whether a storm's getting its act together based on how much lightning is around it. And we do have a pixel of pink in there as well, so that's an area we are going to have to keep an eye on. So again, north of Ottawa, these storms are moving in a southeast trajectory. And in my rush to get on, I forgot to grab water. I'm going to get yelled at. So I might have to run downstairs for a second, grab some water, but we'll worry about that in a bit. Switch back over to Montreal. And there are some isolated storms forming back to the north and east. You can see those bright red spots. So near Saint Jerome, there's a storm. Lac des Cézilles is another area, and they've just updated this severe thunderstorm warning. I'm just going to see, they're just saying heavy rain will cause flash flooding and significant reductions in visibility. I think they changed the shape of the box, and I think that's why this is flashing right now. There's nothing new on there, but they've added one here for the island of Montreal because of this storm right here, kind of over just to the south of Saint Eustache through Dollard des Ormeaux and Pointe Claire. So that storm there, again, moving southeast, but dumping a ton of rain. And I'll show you that. You can see how this is just a bit of a conveyor belt as well going on over the last number of scans. So lots of rain headed for that western portion of Montreal. So lots going on today. We'll zoom all the way back to Calgary, and hopefully we've got a new update here. So I definitely should have used a different thumbnail for today's stream. It should have been severe weather everywhere. That would have been a more accurate depiction. Anyways, this event in Calgary looks like the longer sustained event in terms of severe, and that's why we were aiming to go on as far as covering that particular event or system. And again, we do have Braden is out in front of it. I'm sure everybody that's out of Alberta, most people know who Braden Morrisseau is. And if we do get updates from him, we will definitely post them up here. So what else have we got going on? I do know. I know I have my moderators in the chat here, Veronica and Rick. If there's anything on Facebook that I need to address, please send it in the moderator chat. That way I can address it, because we now are simulcasting in on YouTube and Facebook as well. So we're running it in both locations. So yeah, Birdie asking, is there any risk of tornado anymore for London, Ontario, southwest Ontario? That tornado warning is over. Storm moved out of the area. It's over Lake Erie, and it weakened. It was only showing a stronger rotation for about 2 or 3 scans, which is about 16 to 20 minutes. And then it subsided. So we didn't really see that amp up too high. So it's definitely one of those situations that required a quick tornado warning, but also the event was over quickly as well. So what time is this? 4:47. So is this, I haven't talked about this scan yet. I just want to double check. So that storm back to the southwest here that is now near stretching from Chestermere down to 22X. That looks like it's still got hail in it, so there's heavy precipitation, but I would say this is small pockets of pea-sized hail. The storm heading towards the radar maybe has a little bit more as well, so we'll see if that's the case, whether this storm to the northeast does intensify. Again, it looks like they're trying to either merge, they're interfering with each other somewhat right now, so that's the story there. And they just severe warned this storm to the south, actually. So we'll take a look at this thunderstorm warning. This is over near High River, southeast of High River or northeast of Cayley. So they're just saying they're tracking a severe thunderstorm, producing strong winds, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. Storm is located near Cayley and is moving east at 20 kilometers an hour. So it is not moving very quickly. And I'm just going to take a look at some of the rotation on these storms. So nothing significant, very broad rotation. And when you see all this, this is radar noise. What we're seeing right in here, the stuff that looks like Christmas confetti, that is just radar noise. So it makes it hard for us to read radar. Usually it should be something what it looks like down here, where you've got some consistent reds and greens with different brightness levels. But when you get this kind of super bright Christmas confetti, a lot of times that's noise, but you have to kind of interpret to a certain extent. So not always the easiest chore. So again, that's the Calgary side of things. This is now on the east side of Calgary, heading along the Trans-Canada and moving east and northeast. So let me swing back around and I'll jump into this. Let's just take a look at the London one. So I'll zoom in. The hail is still continuing for the London storm. It hasn't weakened yet. This is probably pea-sized hail, maybe just slightly larger. It is heading for the airport. So the Forest City National Golf Club, if you're out there playing golf, you want to be taking shelter. Hopefully they have, sounded the warning at the golf course. I know most of them have it for bad weather. There is some lightning associated with it, but not a lot. But that hail, definitely precipitation core is quite significant on this storm around the London, Ontario area. Basically tucked in between Fanshawe and Huron Heights. And this is marching east towards the London International Airport. So unless this subsides in the next little bit, there's going to be hail around the London airport down there. So we definitely have a lot of action this afternoon with all sorts of storms going in all sorts of areas. Bit of hail definitely down here. I'm going to be surprised if they don't severe warn this portion of the storm. This is moving southeast. This is going into Shanley. So tucked on the east side of the 416, we do have quite a bit of hail starting to show up on that last scan. So you can see how we've got those pink pixels, and it subsided on the latest scan. This is the one that just popped up. So over Shanley, there might be tiny amount of hail coming into Shanley area and moving down to the 401 between Cardinal and Iroquois, basically. Roughly, that's the way, or that's the timeline where it's headed. Vernon, this storm, intense precipitation again, maybe tiny amount of hail between to kind of southwest of Vernon, Ontario, as well. And then I'm going to look at our Montreal storms and see what's going on there. Still lots of rain on that western portion of the Montreal Island, Dollard, des Ormeaux. Definitely heavy precipitation. I don't really see any hail indicators, but the concern here has been the amount of rain that has fallen kind of southeast from there down to Napierville. It's been raining for hours, and there's been lots of stuff going on there. Just zooming back out to see if there's any storms that catch my attention elsewhere, but obviously we still have this severe thunderstorm warning, and that is just to do with the amount of rain. Again, we're talking somewhere in the 250 millimeter range has fallen probably in that Napierville area. We again have seen some flooding there. So swinging back out to Calgary again, this is our latest scan out in Calgary, I believe. This just came out. I'm just looking here. So you can see the hail is subsiding. There's another 2 scans. And this is north of Langdon, between Langdon and Chestermere. So that's small pea-sized hail. Moving again east, northeast, and then we definitely have some more hail to the east of the 9 on this northern cell, which is looks like Lyalta. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. There is a small airport. It looks like that's what it's headed for. So this is going over Muirfield Lakes Golf Club. So again, hopefully you're not out there. No real lightning associated with it. There's a couple strikes back to the west, but this sucker's throwing a decent amount of hail. So yeah, it's definitely not been fun. Getting reports of power out in Montreal in certain areas, abundant amount of hail as well for L'Assomption, Montreal. Thank you for that comment. What else is going on here? I hope the hundreds of cars that went to Sundre today are okay. If there was a car show towards Sundre, that would not have been fun. I'm just trying to think. Well, they actually, give me a sec here. I'll look that up because I think most of this, Sundre is fine up there. They haven't had any hail. The hail has been tucked into the south part of Calgary. And I was thinking that they, as long as they got out in time and headed to that show, then they should be fine. So what else is going on? Marie Rochon, always good to see you in the chat. So it's been an exciting afternoon. So that's the Calgary story right now. We do have some more storms starting to fire up by between Three Hills and back to kind of Chestermere. So quite a bit of action going on. And we'll take a look back here. We'll zoom back to Ontario. Take a look at that London storm and see if that's making its way to the airport. Luckily, it looks like just as this is approaching the airport, the hail core on it has subsided. We only have 2 pink pixels left on there. So it's definitely less than what was going at the frame before. And I'll show anybody that's watching from the London area. You can see that hail core, all that pink. So luckily that subsided just as it's getting to the London International Airport. Big hail and planes don't mix, as I've mentioned. So that storm looks like it's weakening a little bit. I'm a little surprised that was there a severe warning on that storm at all? I don't think they severe warned this at all, to be honest with you, which is bizarre, especially considering some of the signatures in there. But anyway, so we've been keeping you guys up to date on that storm. Eastern Ontario, like I said, I'm just going to take a look at what's going on here. Storms are moving to the south. The one southwest of Vernon definitely packing a bit of a punch. It's a tiny little storm, but it looks like it might have a little bit of hail, and again moving southeast at this point. So it looks like Connors Place is out of power, so Winchester is out of power at this point. saying that it hasn't come back. So we are maintaining here. Again, I'm hoping that that this is working in terms of the stream. We haven't lost anything. All my indicators are that we're good still because I'm communicating with everybody, but let's hope that that stays that way. You never know with weather, unfortunately. So southeast of Montreal, the rain is letting up a little bit in Napierville. You're still seeing some pockets of orange, but that yellow and green and blue is on the light end of the scale, but they have gotten a ton of rain in that area. Right over St. Isidore right now, heavy precipitation, quite a bit of lightning. And then Pointe Claire and Dollard des Ormeaux, heavy precipitation in that. So definitely even a pixel of pink up there. So there could be some hail, small hail, and we've had reports of it in the comments there. So these lightning strikes are definitely causing brownouts in certain areas. You know, be prepared that you may be without power. I'm just looking here. North of Ottawa, we have a line of storms starting to form, basically from Poltimore or to the west of there, south of Low, Quebec, all the way to the Ottawa River, stretching to the 50 right now, coming into Gatineau. So those storms, just heavy precipitation on them with some lightning, so might shake things around, but again, not severe at this point. So let's go back to Calgary, take a look what's going on there, and we'll continue to do this loop until we something subsides anyways. So these storms here, this is the latest scan. Lots of hail packed in here near Lyalta with that golf course, heading for that small airport. Still quite a bit of pink involved there. That's going to be pea-sized or larger. Still hail back here south of the Trans-Canada Highway 1 to the east of Langdon or northeast of Langdon. That's where that's going on. So that's the story in Calgary. Storm down to the south here. I'm going to take a look. No hail on it right now, according to radar. I'm just checking to see if there's any kind of rotation. Nothing in that regards, but that's the one that caused the severe warning. It is moving east from High River over Frankburg right now, and it's doing about 20 kilometers an hour, so not very fast at all. That's basically almost walking speed at this point. So let's take a look back here at London and go from there. So this is the latest scan in London. All the pink is gone right as it's over the airport, so that's fantastic. We're getting, well, I'm just looking at a note from one of my moderators saying that Hydro has 217 customers out in the Spencerville area, and then there's a bunch of power outages around Montreal. Too many to name there, but there's definitely quite a few power outages out in the Montreal area. Wouldn't be surprised if power outages start climbing here in eastern Ontario as these thunderstorms move through, even on the western portion of Quebec, so across from Ottawa. Those have quite a bit of lightning tucked into them. If I zoom in, you can see a lot of lightning strikes on that as well. So we're watching that just to see how that develops over the next little bit there. I'm going to run quickly downstairs. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. I need to get some water, otherwise I'm going to lose my voice here, so bear with me for a minute. We are back. So got my water, so I should be good for a while there, and we'll jump back to Calgary and see what's going on. Anybody watching from Calgary area, there was a small potential for tornadoes. 1 or 2 tornadoes basically was what was called out in the outlook. And so that's kind of where the higher end severe, this was around the Calgary area. So give me 1 sec here. I'll switch this up. And we'll look at the outlook. That's not today. This is today. So this is right in this area. So what I'm going to highlight here for you, obviously they're talking some severe winds, 90 to 110 kilometers an hour, up to 4 centimeter hail, which is basically a little over an inch. And there's a risk of tornado. So it's in this yellow area with a dotted line. And I'll bring it up full screen so it's a little easier to see. So stretching, Drumheller would be in it. North of that, Highway 9, then just to the west of Acadia Valley, Medicine Hat would be just to the east of it. Obviously through Brooks, Lethbridge area, that's where they were forecasting the potential for a possible tornado. But again, weather does not care about, imaginary lines that we make up. So if you're anywhere remotely in that area that I was just highlighting, obviously stay weather aware today. That's the most important thing. So let's just take a look here. So cluster of severe thunderstorms capable of producing damaging winds, loony to ping pong ball sized hail, and heavy rain. So that's going to be this cluster right here. Again, just northeast of Langdon. So I'm looking to see if we're going to get a new scan here just to see what's going on. This is heading towards our Strathmore radar, which is north of Strathmore. That's just the name of it, north of that Highway 1. So we'll wait for a scan here, and then I'll update everybody throughout the region. And again, I know we're jumping around, so everything should be interesting this afternoon. So power flickered in Embrun just enough to turn everything off. Same thing here. I got a couple of lightning strikes that definitely shook the house, and luckily I have UPSs on all my equipment that's pertinent for running the live stream, so the stream actually didn't go down. Last year it did go down. That happened to us and caused quite a bit of, not chaos, but trying to get it back was a bit of a nightmare. So bit of good news, this storm to the north here that's kind of over 564 or east of the Highway 9, that has subsided in terms of the hail, but the hail has picked up here on that southern portion of the storm. So to the west or southwest of Strathmore, we definitely have quite a bit of hail over Cheadle, stretching out here with this pink. Marilyn, Marilyn, thank you very much for the donation. That is amazing. Really appreciate that. Thank you. That goes a long way towards helping to support this platform. So I see Connor's back on the live stream, so it means he paid his power bill and he's now back.
We might be screwed here. We've got a pretty loud storm coming in. We like to lose power in this town when there's storms, so we may be screwed.
Yeah, well, you might have to run an extension cord over to the neighbors and see if you can plug into his generator that he's got there.
Yeah, his generator turned on when it went out. So yeah, we may have to run over there and work out a deal.
Yeah. Okay, so that's Calgary. So again, this is all moving east now. There is hail to the south now. So this storm that's near Frankburg has developed a hail core on it. I'm going to take a look at the updrafts on this just to see whether that is rotating, but our hail core is just to the south of Frankburg. It's tucked in between Highway 2 and 804. That was not on the previous scan, so just going to see, don't see anything rotating that's too tight, so nothing to worry about there. But again, moving east at the south of Calgary somewhat, but northeast is the general track of these storms, especially the ones that are east of Calgary at this point. You can kind of see how they walk through the area. That's what took place. So again, I'm going to move back over to London. It looks like that storm is weakening, which is great. I know I saw a comment that through downtown there was nothing, and this is the latest scan, and you can see the difference in this. This is crazy how much this storm basically came apart. You can see how that pink and purple to the north side of London, and then boom, this scan, it disappeared a little bit, broken up, and this is just a shower at this point. So hail no longer a problem for the London area. East of there, it's just rain. I am going to watch this storm that is forming forming kind of behind that we see that it's popping right here north of Strathroy. Lots of lightning already on this quick little storm, so we'll see if that develops any hail on it as it moves again towards London roughly at this point. Let's take a look at Eastern Ontario. So coming into Brockville, we've got a ton of rain. There's a band here. They've now just put out, it looks like a squall warning for the St. Lawrence Seaway, calling for 35 knots for that area. So that's a little over 70 kilometers an hour, I want to say, just roughly. So if you're out on the water, you definitely want to take shelter. We do have a couple of pop-up storms here. This one would be over Frontenac Provincial Park, some lightning on that, so you want to take shelter if you're out camping. The Winchester storm, there is just to the north of it, this is that Vernon storm that we were talking about, seems to be getting a little bit bigger and a little bit more intense, so we'll see if Connor's power stays on. And let's take a look here. Cantley, Quebec, just to the northeast of there. So St. Pierre to Wakefield to your west. There's a cluster here of heavy precipitation with some lightning and nothing severe warned yet. I do not see any hail on that at this time. And now let's look at Montreal. We're going to go in here. So there is some hail here in West Laval, or Ile. Sorry, I thought it said west, but it's Ile Laval. There's a golf course. We're seeing a lot of golf courses today getting hail in or around their areas. So Pierrefonds, there's some hail over that Pierrefonds Roxborough area. So again, quite a bit of hail falling in the Montreal area. Pea-sized would be my guess on that stuff. And this is moving southeast, still continuing through Dollard, there's des Ormeaux, Dorval, and down to Châteauguay and Saint Isidore. So this has been the pattern for the afternoon on these storms, as you can see here. So if I back that up, it's drifted a little further west, but it definitely has continued to be basically a rainmaker or even hail as well. So lots going on today. Alex asking if Ottawa's going to get severe storms. I don't think severe is going to be on the table. Some of them are packing a bit of a punch in terms of heavy precipitation, but they aren't meeting severe parameters. And so there are thunderstorms right now to the north of Ottawa, and these are going to move southeast. So I'm going to just show you how this is unfolding here in the Eastern Ontario area. You can see those storms tracking south of Ottawa, are moving towards the St. Lawrence Seaway and then crossing into upstate New York. And then obviously on the Quebec side, near Ottawa, those storms are firing and coming on the eastern portion of Ottawa. So they may not make it in there, but that's not saying something won't fire further back. So quite a bit of, I call these popcorn storms. You get these little storms that are just, small and isolated and moving through the region. I would say that this temperature sensor is broken at Chapleau, showing 41 degrees Celsius up there. That's definitely not something that's happening. Technology, it works when it works, and it's okay. This is our latest scan here, 5:11 p.m., which is 3:11 Alberta time. So again, I have to be cognizant that you guys are 2 hours behind us. Normally I would run the same time as you guys, but it's not the case at this point. So let me just take a look here, and then so we do still have quite a bit of hail tucked in on this storm that is just to the west of Strathmore. That is a significant indicator of hail kind of in this area right here, tucked in, and this is moving northeast. So this, if it sustains, it's coming into Strathmore very shortly. It's not far off at this point. So again, if you have anything of value that you don't want impacted by hail, I would suggest putting it inside. And then the hail core over essentially to the east or south of Frankburg, significant hail in there. This is bigger than pea-sized hail would be my guess. And again, moving eastward. So roughly going to be over Brant, heading in that direction, maybe slightly north of that, but that's where this storm is headed down there. So again, that's the Calgary game out there. And I'm just going to take a look at London, that other storm that was starting to fire behind the original storm. Okay, and it's on this scan, it's only got orange. So this is the storm I was watching. I'm just going to go back. You can see there was far more red in this previous scan, which is 5:05 p.m. Eastern. This latest scan here at 5:11 a few minutes ago, it's orange. So that is good. It's kind of weakening a little bit. There is an indicator here. What is this? Funnel cloud reported 7 minutes ago by somebody observing that. That is an observation, but this is all falling apart. There is a special weather statement out in that area for possible funnel clouds put out by by Environment Canada, and that was for it's still good for the next 4 hours. So some of these storms could have funnel clouds, meaning they're going to have little appendages hanging down. Hopefully none of them stretch far enough to cause any kind of damage, but that's what that is warned out for in that area there. So I'm just trying to see here. This was 5:11 p.m. Eastern. I'm just curious. Is there a poll running in our chat, Connor? I'm seeing
Yes,
some
I did a little poll there.
Oh, what's in there? Because I can't see the whole thing. That's the weird part.
If you
Oh,
click
there we
on
go.
it, yeah, where are you watching from?
Yeah, okay. That's the first time I only saw the first line, so I was kind of figuring out what's going on. Anyways, thank you for doing that, because normally when I'm doing this, there's just too much going on. So the storms around the Kempville area have moved out. There's obviously still quite a bit of precipitation around the Winchester area. We can take a quick look here. I do have a camera we can access down that way. Let's just take a look here. See how hard it's raining in Winchester right now. And a lot of the stuff has moved across into upstate New York. So the storm that was going between Shanley over across the river there, this is our camera in Winchester. So this is the rain, just heavy rain basically at this point. Not a ton of wind. I'm looking at the trees. There's not a whole lot of wind associated with it. So this is going to be great for watering the lawn, that kind of stuff. Nothing to be concerned about other than the lightning if it's striking the power and obviously causing a brownout. That's the main thing there. So on the Quebec side, over by Cantley, again, we're still talking about those small popcorn storms organizing themselves a little bit in a line, but I don't think they're going to get much more severe than that. We do have a storm here just to the northeast of Buckingham, heavy precipitation with a few lightning bolts on it. And let's just take a look here. And again, in Montreal, we're continuing with the same story here. This hasn't really moved out of the region. This is a 6-minute-old scan, so we should have a new one here very shortly. I'll swing back out to this one in a minute. We'll take a look back at Calgary and go from there. So just giving you guys some ideas as to what is happening across the country. And we don't cover this wide an area. It's just the way today unfolded. So this is 7 minutes old, this scan. So we should have a new one here roughly every 8 minutes. So
I believe that storm southeast of High River is going to be the one to watch over the next
yep,
30 minutes for sure.
it's starting to get that, I'm going to say, that look. And I agree with you. Yeah, that's why I want to stick on this area here just to see. And it's crawling at this point. It's too bad we don't have any temp sensors out in front of this, other than the odd one here, Brooks. And then south of here, what is this? This is 26C. This is an airport. Oh, yeah, industrial airport, Claresholm or Claresholm Airport. I'm probably mispronouncing that, and I'm sorry, but so many names, so little time.
It's Claresholm.
Okay.
You're right.
Okay, there you go. Just waiting on a scan here, so hopefully that comes up real quick, and we'll see whether this will update here. So definitely not raining at my house in Kempville anymore, which is good. Connor just sent in a photo here. This is from the Kempville area, so give me a sec here. So this is how much rain here fell near the Kempville area. Do you know, Connor, where this is from, actually, this picture?
I don't specifically know the exact location. I just know it was in Kempville there.
Okay, so I'm going to just share this up here. This is Eastern Ontario, south of Ottawa. You can see that this backyard is now turned into a mini lake at this point, with how much precipitation fell this afternoon and how quickly it did. And then also, the last several days we've had about 60 millimeters of rain. So ground no longer has the ability to absorb like it did before. So here's our newest scan for Calgary or Alberta area. Again, 3:17 p.m. out in Alberta, Strathmore, just to your southwest. Obviously, heavy precipitation right now, but there is some hail tucked in here. This is going to be now pea-sized or smaller, essentially. Just in these two little areas right here. So this is moving mostly east, northeast, essentially. So probably going to just skirt into Strathmore if this sustains the hail. We'll see on that next scan whether it does. And let's take a look at that southern storm. So this southern storm still maintaining a decent hail core on it. It has moved northeast a little bit from the last scan and tucked into here. So this is going to be pea-sized, maybe a little bit up to grape, just in some of these brighter pink areas, but again, moving mostly northeast. So coming up to that 804-23 interchange. That's where that is going to end up at this point if it does continue to sustain. So that is the Alberta side of things. I'm just looking up here by Three Hills. Those are just regular thunderstorms. And then just east of southeast of Penholder, Innisfail, that's just a regular thunderstorm. Nothing to worry about up there, folks. So let's move back to Ontario and look down in the London area. And again, I'm hoping that things are starting to slow down there. And that's, yes, this latest scan is good. These are just regular storms at this point. No concern anymore down in this area. There is still that special weather statement for possible funnel clouds on some of these storms. And that's essentially what initiated this tornado warning that is now expired a long time ago. It's in 2 minutes, it's expiring. So that storm quickly got a little bit of spin on it, and that's what generated that tornado warning a while back. So let's go back into the Montreal area. We'll look at that and see if anything has changed here. So still showing hail up here in this, I guess the northwest corner of where this line is forming of storms and marching southeast. Again, we've got quite a bit of pink here. This is Pierrefonds is where it seems to be, and we've had that a few times. And then it stretches southeast from there, still getting quite a bit of rain. Connor, I don't know if you can check, has the precipitation gone up, or the hot spot of precipitation off that radar from the U.S. Burlington side of things? Has the totals gone up kind of to the west now?
Let me check for you.
And while he's doing that, I'll come to Ottawa and I'll get him to chime in there. So storms across the Ottawa River to the north of Ottawa. Again, just regular thunderstorms at this point. Some areas of heavy precipitation, but nothing severe warned at this point. The rest of it looks like, where we're seeing all this yellow and green. Do you have that data, Connor? Or?
I do. So it still looks the storm total for the day is still up to where it was when you looked at it last. But
Okay.
there is a bit of over 4 inches of rain there starting now. That little line has kind of drifted towards the west there. So up
Okay.
above 4 inches, approaching 5 around Saint Isidore there.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. So
Saint
right
Isidore,
now,
Quebec, by the way.
yes, saying it. Yeah, yes, exactly. So it looks like we've got a bit of a line that kind of formed here, an arc. Essentially, this is a good way of drawing it out. And as that has pushed south, those storms were popping off of that. So a lot of the stuff behind it is very mild rain, especially like if you're in Smith Falls. That's just, again, green and yellow is very light rain for the most part, even in the Perth area. south of Carleton Place. Nothing to be concerned about. There's no lightning. So it looks like when that initial line gets through eastern Ontario, there's still a few storms kind of around the area, but those were the most intense ones. I don't think they're going to sustain at this point. So again, we're going to be back to the Calgary side of things, or Alberta side. And let's switch that up here. So I'm going to take a look. 5:23 p.m. So this is our latest scan just coming in. Most of the hail stuck to the south of Strathmore. There's maybe tiny hail coming into Strathmore, but obviously you can see that bright pink to the south of there. That's where the hail is tucked in, moving eastward as it does. Our storms are right over the radar. This is where our radar is located. That's why you can see the circles like this. So radar is always a little bit blind right over top of it because the storms are elevated and beams from the radar come out and go towards the horizon. They don't shoot straight up. So that's the way that any radar works. So anyways, the hail is still marching in this one. Again, pea-sized hail heading up towards that 804 and 23 intersection. It's continuing to go that way, so kind of north of Brant or northwest of Brant. So this storm here, will continue to monitor it. It is still severe warned, and we'll see if this sustains at this point. When we were looking at models for Alberta, the storms kind of were supposed to fire around 3 p.m. Alberta time. They did go about an hour and a half, almost 2 hours sooner than we expected. How that's going to impact things is definitely a question. We're not 100% sure whether that will happen. The biggest threat in terms of the possibility of a tornado is when these storms are isolated. When they start to cluster or spread out and there's a bunch of them, there's less likelihood of that happening. So I do notice that this storm up by Three Hills, just over the 27, it looks like there's a bit of hail tucked in here as well. So that is also kind of marching northeast in this area here. So that's the case right now on that storm. So we'll pay attention to that one. It's not severe warned yet. However, they may severe warn that one shortly if that hail core continues to expand. So what else is going on here? I'm going to try and answer some. Is there any questions I need to answer, Connor? Or?
No, you're pretty well fine at this point. I've got it handled there. I will be heading out there in about 15 minutes there to my dad's barbecue there, just so you know.
No problem. As long as the barbecue runs on propane, you'll be good.
I'll bring you a burger after.
Awesome. I'm going to hold you to that, actually. Anyways, okay. So they've just extended the warning for the severe here. They pulled it out of Calgary and moved it out ahead of this storm that is tracking just south, or along, I should say, the Trans-Canada Highway. So right near Strathmore. That's what this update is here. I'm just seeing if there's any other information. There's nothing else in there. That's just still loony to ping pong ball sized hail, they're saying in that. So that did just get updated. And then we'll swing back over and take a look at Ottawa area. Again, southwest Ontario, I think the show is over at this point for any kind of severe. Looking at this latest scan, a little tiny pocket of possibly of hail just to the west of St. Pierre to Wakefield in this line, but this is mostly just very heavy rain with lightning at this point. So not as concerning as what we're seeing out west. Some of the rain is breaking up here in the Montreal area or south of Montreal. We still do have hail here tucked in to the west of de l'Arc des Ormeaux or south of Pierrefonds, Roxborough. You can see those bright pinks in there, so that's going to be some hail for sure in that area as this continues, this event just tracking southeast from there. For rain and obviously some hail at the very beginning of where that line is firing. So quite the dynamic afternoon of storms again throughout a few regions here. But around the Ottawa area, again, I'm not too concerned. We just have isolated or scattered thunderstorms, some of them with some intensity, others just garden variety showers. Obviously, when you see those reds and oranges and pinks, that's on the high end of the scale. Yellow, green, and blue are on the low end of the scale. So it's very easy to see on this image or any of our images where that heavy rain is, or if you have hail. So right now, not a lot to be worried about in Eastern Ontario. It was just a little more exciting a while ago. So hopefully we can just isolate and deal with the Alberta side of things once that subsides a little more. I won't have to go back over there and update things. So what else? We're going to see whether this scan 5:23 p.m. So we're 7 minutes into that 8-minute cycle. William saying, I have relatives in Langdon. Keep me posted on this, please. So Langdon, it's already passed through. So the storm came through there a while ago. We've been covering it since it kind of started right back here. And you can see that the hail subsided just as it skirted to the north of Langdon. And now the hail picked up again through Cheadle. And then now through Strathmore, we've got a little bit more hail to the south. So that's what's transpired with these storms this afternoon. So your relatives in Langdon are perfectly fine at this point, just to give you guys an update on that one. And getting pouring rain from the Strathmore area, and I'm glad to get updates from the ground there. So thank you very much for that, Leslie. And this looks like our latest scan here. So the hail is breaking up on this storm. You can see that there's only about 10 or 15 pixels left of pink. So still southeast of there, heavy precipitation. Even in that orange and red, you're going to have heavy downpour. But one thing you'll notice about the intensity of this storm is that there's basically no lightning strikes left. There's an old one here, but there's not many. So that tends to be an indicator as to, you know, what that storm is doing. For example, down here, this storm that's maintaining its intensity, you've got all this lightning tucked in around it, and you've got a decent hail core that's now near the 804 and the 23 intersection, still moving northeast slightly, and expanding out a little bit. So this storm is kind of growing in size, which could be good in the sense that minimizing the ability to rotate or produce anything. So that's the good news for this afternoon. So let me swing back to that. And I'm going to look at that Three Hills storm, actually. So Three Hills right here, just to the southeast of Three Hills, there is some hail indicated on that, only 2 pixels, so it would be very light. I'm looking at wind speeds or wind velocities here, and there's nothing rotating there, but Three Hills for storm chasers, that's Three Hills is Lawnmower Man, right, Connor?
That's a great question, actually. I can't remember where Lawnmower. I think he was in Saskatchewan, wasn't he?
No. He was in Alberta, 100%. I think that Lawnmower Man, there's that photo that went viral where the guy was mowing his lawn and the wife taking a photo of a tornado in the background behind him. I believe that was Three Hills. And that was probably 6 years ago, maybe. Anyways, that's why it stands out to me.
Oh, God. 9 years ago? Oh, my God, we are old.
Is it 9? Okay. Anyways,
it's 9 years ago.
So, but it is Three Hills, right?
It was in Alberta. I'm trying to, let me see if I can find. Yep, Three Hills.
Okay,
You're right.
I'll let you dig into that. But yeah, that's Lawnmower Man. I'm almost sure it's Three Hills. Anyway,
you're right. It is.
Okay, so this is where things are going. Right now, they updated the giant rainfall warning up north. So they've upped the rain to now 75 to 100 millimeters of rain. So we have that. That's basically completely around Edmonton, essentially, at this point, where you see that flashing yellow, which is the green box. So that is a rainfall warning for Edmonton and surrounding areas, 75 to 100 millimeters of rain. So that's quite the precipitation going on. What else is going on here? Let me take a look here. I've got a question in the chat, and National Park. Let me see if I can find it.
It is
Uh,
just east of Edmonton.
Yeah, okay, so that's exactly what I'm talking about. So if you are, obviously, if you're out there camping, depending what you're camping in, there's a ton of rain. That's the biggest concern up in this area. The severe aspect of it is only that heavy rainfall, 75 to 100 millimeters. So if you're near a river, this kind of rainfall can definitely make creeks rise, rivers rise. So that's the bigger concern. In terms of any kind of hail, any kind of rotation, strong winds, that's definitely not the concern up that way. These storms down here in southern Alberta do have a little more potential in them, but the longer this goes on, so the first couple of hours of this event was where that potential of the higher end severe was. But as this marches eastward, if they start to line out where you get a bunch of storms just firing in a line, there's less likelihood that the high end severe can happen. Obviously, we've been talking for the last hour plus about the hail through the Alberta area, which is commonplace out there somewhat. So that's been the story this afternoon, is just the hail as we've been tracking this eastward. So I'm going to zoom out, take a look here back at Ottawa area. They did severe warn this storm. I had a feeling they might. So this is the storms that are to the north of Cantley, around the St. Pierre to Wakefield area, because there are some pixels of pink showing up. So that's more than likely what they've severe warned this for. Actually, they're just severe warning it for heavy rain at this point. So it's the volume of rain falling up there. It's been staying there for the last number of scans. So again, a lot of these storms have been firing and continuously repeating themselves, where areas are getting a ton of precipitation, so causing some flooding and stuff like that, especially towards the Montreal area. Let me take a look here at the rest of Eastern Ontario. So most of the stuff has moved off. The only area that may get a little more intense would be these little storms back there, but I'm looking at the temperatures out in front of them, and they don't look too good. So this right now, there's not even any lightning. This is just heavy rain at this point, moving through south of Barry's Bay or around the Bancroft area. There is one lightning bolt right here. So again, not too intense at that point. There is a little cell that just popped over Lunenburg, just heavy rain at that point. Winchester still seeing that heavy rain, kind of parked over top of Winchester. Essentially, it has drifted a tiny bit eastward, but that's what the story has been there. And let's take a look here in the Montreal area, still continuing to get rain on that western portion of the island, but it does look like that it potentially is breaking up a little, which might be a good sign for it, in terms of dropping down how much rain would be falling out of these storms. So that may be a good indicator. And I'm just going to look at southwest Ontario to see if there's anything that's happening there, and there's nothing. These are just showers at this point. So one lightning bolt, so nothing to be concerned about in southwest Ontario. So again, right now I think we're just going to stick to mostly Calgary. I will update in Montreal area as well, just to see what's going on, and we'll keep you guys updated as much as possible on that. So let me just take a look here.
I
Yeah,
can't
Connor,
wait
go
to
ahead.
see the Environment Canada summary from Quebec about this tomorrow. There's going to be some crazy high rain totals in there.
Well, if we said, 10 inches, like I said, 250 millimeters, we saw that about a week and a half ago out in Manitoba with that's high end severe day where Manitoba, there was a couple spots that did get into that 250 millimeter range, and there was significant flooding because of it. The ground was saturated already. So yeah, I'm curious to see if that's the same thing out of the Quebec side on south of Montreal. Thunderstorm watch just got updated here for Alberta, so let's jump in here, see if they've changed anything. So favorable for thunderstorms or severe thunderstorms capable of producing strong wind gusts, large hail, and heavy rain. And they're going to move eastward this afternoon and evening, reaching the Saskatchewan border by tonight. The risk of severe thunderstorms will end by midnight. So that's midnight Alberta time. Again, our clock is Eastern, so it's 3:39 p.m. out in Alberta. I'm waiting for a scan here, and I think this is our latest one. So the storm to the south still has a tiny amount of hail on it, and it's tucked in here. This would be pea-sized or smaller at this point, moving east-northeast. The one that's southeast of Strathmore, that's kind of paralleling Highway 1 at this point, definitely has some decent hail in it. Again, small pockets of pea-sized hail east of Eagle Lake. So what else is going on? Okay. And then, so that's that one. And then we'll take a look at Three Hills, what's going on up there. So the pink and purple has disappeared out of the Three Hills storm. Still very heavy precipitation because you have dark reds in there, some lightning associated with it as well. So still got some intensity to it, but right now it's just to the east and northeast of Three Hills area. I'm going to zoom back out here, take a look at other stuff. Not seeing anything significant other than those three areas, and I will show you what this is doing today. So we'll go from there. So this is just what's transpired. You can see those storms coming off the foothills to the west of or southwest of Calgary, and you can see those more southern ones. Those are the ones that picked up that intensity. So it's definitely an area that developed, and again, you can see the temperatures kind of west of Calgary, 17 degrees, 19 degrees Celsius right in Calgary, but east and south of there, significantly warmer. So we'll see if any additional storms do fire.
I will say crazier things have happened, as we know. However, I kind of have a little bit of a hard time believing that these storms are going to sustain further than like Brooks. Like the dew point's only at 46 over in Brooks right now. So I do
Yeah.
have a bit of a hard time believing it's going to sustain. But, Alberta does what Alberta wants, and crazier things have happened. So
Absolutely. So Brenda Gaffney asking, how about that cell developing west of Carstairs? Let me just take a look here. There it is. No, that one right there. So that is to the north. And again, the temperatures, if you look, they're in 16 degrees Celsius, which is significantly cooler. I'm not worried about anything right now to the one that's west of Didsbury. That's where Tracy lives, a good friend of ours, Storm Chaser. So this is just a rain shower at this point with a few lightning bolts on it. There's nothing to be concerned there. Even this one up here getting a little bit of red in it, but the hail is all basically to the south, and it is starting to dissipate off of these storms, which is good for obviously the people that are in the path of this. But if we don't have moisture available for these storms to feed on, they will start to just be regular showers where you don't get that hail, you don't get that more intense stuff. And so good news on this, the storm down here, basically east of Frankburg, 1 pixel of pink. So we have the hail has started to disappear out of these storms. So I'm just backing it up to show you guys how that pink was in there. Popped right south of Frankburg, and then we had that pink sustaining here, and then on the last scan we are down to 1 pixel of pink, so that is good news. Hail is falling apart on that. Hail is essentially falling apart on the storm east of Strathmore. Still very heavy precipitation, but again, indicators that hopefully the hail is done with on these storms here, and we're starting to see a line form, which some of the models were showing that when we were looking at this. So you can see this line essentially tucked in here, and this is moving in this general direction roughly. So right now we're seeing signs of weakening on those hail cores. That doesn't mean that they're not going through a cycle and that they may pick up. But as Connor has been hinting that we've been talking about here, the parameters out in front of this are very low. Yeah, 8 degrees Celsius dew points. So those are very low dew points. So the moisture is just not there. Looking here at Brooks, 11 degrees Celsius. So that's like 50 degrees, I want to say, dew point down by Brooks area. So again, not a lot of moisture available for these storms. However, storms out in Alberta do overperform for parameters just because of upslope forcing, continental rise, that kind of thing, obviously heading towards the Rockies. So it doesn't take as much from there. Dumb Couch Tour, or DMB. I keep saying it. I keep short forming that. Sorry. DMB Couch Tour. God, stick my foot in my mouth. Anyways, Jen, Zach, Gray, and Bella, good to see you guys in the chat as always. I apologize that I said that, but anyways, good to see you. Nothing happened in Eastern Ontario anymore. I can switch quickly over there because we do have that one severe warning to the north, but it is thunderstorm warning for heavy rain. It's not for winds, it's not for hail, and it's not for anything outside of that. So it is just for heavy rain, stretching basically just to the west of St. Pierre to Wakefield, from the northwest of there down to almost to Cantley, and then into just the edge of Gatineau towards the Ottawa River. So that's the only area currently of any kind of intensity. Winchester, still between Winchester and Chesterville, heavy rain, but that is also subsiding. And one little storm here near Long Sault, slowly going to make its way over the river and then head off into upstate New York. So you can see the picture in Eastern Ontario is significantly different than it was a couple of hours ago. Lots of thunder boomers around Kempville area, along that 417 corridor and southward from there. Power flickered at my house even while we were on this live stream. So yeah, it's definitely a better picture than it was an hour ago. So what else have we got here? I'll take a look in Montreal and let's see.
I will come back probably about 7:30. So if you guys are still on, you'll see me in a bit. But Tom's got it, and he'll walk you through the stream today. So I'll be back soon.
Have fun. Say hi to your dad, and bring me a burger and a hot dog, please.
Will do. I will do it.
Don't drive all the way here for a hamburger. Anyways, appreciate it. Have fun. Okay, so yeah, again, Eastern Ontario, no issues there. Most of that is very, very, very minor. Looking in Southwest Ontario, again, everything has died off here. So I'm going to focus on Alberta at this point, and just walk you folks through what's going on here. Hopefully these storms are dying, and we'll see whether that continues to be the case. We're at 5:41 p.m., so 6 minutes into that 8-minute window for our scans on the radar. This is 3:47 p.m. Alberta time. Again, we are based out of Eastern Ontario, south of Ottawa is where I'm located, and Connor as well, but we're starting to cover most of the country as we expand this platform out. So if you're new here, thank you. Definitely welcome to the channel. And we appreciate you guys watching out our live stream and keeping an eye on things. So again, hopefully this is the next scan continues to kind of drop down in intensity, and we'll be able to see if this is dying out and kind of update you folks from there. So and I'm just going to look at something here. Bear with me for a second. I have 4 monitors literally around me trying to keep up with everything. So a lot of times it can get very exciting very quick, and then other times there's not a whole lot going on. You guys definitely witnessed where it's a little bit busier. Wow, the hail core just popped on that storm to the south. Okay, let's zoom in on this because this is a significant enhancement of intensity. So you can see we had no pink whatsoever in this storm on the last scan, and in 8 minutes we have this hail core that popped. So this is one storm that's picking up in intensity. I'm going to look at rotation right now. Not seeing rotation right now that has me concerned, but let's just take a look here. because sometimes when you get this sudden intensification, I just want to see where this is in the storm here. This does look like radar noise in this area right here. I think it's outside of the storm, so I'm just going to flip over to reflectivity. It's on the leading edge, so it could be inflow coming into that storm. So we're going to have to monitor this one to see if it intensifies on the next scan. But if you are east or northeast of this, it is headed your way. Obviously, I realize this is fairly rural out here, but this is moving in roughly this general direction. So please, if you are in front of this and you've got stuff you don't want damaged, I would get that, get the stuff into cover or, storage, that kind of thing. So that storm definitely picked up on intensity. These storms here are weakening. There's a tiny amount of pixels of pink right here, just north of the Trans-Canada Highway, where it comes, heading north and then turns west going towards Calgary. To the north of there, we've got possibly tiny hail, but that's basically it at this point. I'm going to look at that Three Hills storm. Again, this is just broken up, mostly lining out what we call, so heavy rain, and that is it up that way. So, this storm definitely, like Connor was saying, this is the one that we may have to pay attention to. And you can see why it suddenly went in one scan, literally from no hail right there, which this scan was at 3:41 p.m. your time. That was 9 minutes ago. And boom, the next scan here at 3:47, there is a bunch of hail tucked in there. So, okay, what else have we got going on? Ottawa West is pretty dark. Raymond, yeah, we'll definitely have some storms moving through the area and rain, but nothing intense, nothing bad. It's not something that you need to be concerned about. Most of the heavier precipitation storms have moved south of Ottawa, in fact, have gone into upstate New York. So nothing too concerning there. What's going on here? What are your thoughts about El Nino and how it's affecting the weather in Ontario? Right now, El Nino, we're heading into a strong El Nino, but it's still ramping up essentially. And it's more on a larger scale. We've definitely had a very slow start to severe season in Eastern Ontario. In fact, we haven't had a severe event really come through Eastern Ontario. We are now June 20th, which, as far as I can remember, in the last 12 years, 15 years, and maybe even longer than that, I can't recall a season where we haven't had stuff going on as far as severe weather in Eastern Ontario. So we definitely have that lacking at this point, but we're getting rain. Like, there's a lot of rain coming, so that's the good news about that. El Nino, the more effect is, like, for example, hurricanes this fall. We're going to have less number of hurricanes coming into the U.S. across the Atlantic, but it does not mean that the storms are going to be weaker. It just means there's going to be a less number of them. So El Nino is more on a large scale versus, looking at just a small, tiny area as far as what the effects on that are. But again, we've definitely noticed that there's far less severe this year in Eastern Ontario, and I don't know how long that's going to continue. So great question. Appreciate you asking that. What else is here? Diane saying still lots of thunder. Maryland is under bad series of thunderstorms and tornadoes, like Maryland, USA. I don't have anything up for that right now, but I'm not sure if that's where you're referring to, Diane. We've been covering a lot of area today, so I apologize if it's somewhere else. But if you're talking Maryland in the U.S., there's definitely a big system happening down there for sure. On the U.S. side, they've had quite a bit of severe over the last week, essentially, and but we always stick to the Canadian side in terms of the weather and the coverage as far as that goes. So what else is going on here? I'm gonna jump in to see if there's any more questions. Leslie was, this is an older comment, but rain has basically stopped in Strathmore, which if I zoom in, you can see that there's just very isolated mist or light rain still left around Strathmore. Everything's kind of to the east of it. And I'm going to wait here. We should have a new scan within the next minute on this radar from the Alberta side. So we'll see what updates here on the hail core because we definitely saw drastic intensification on that hail core over the last scan, and it's sustaining. So there is some bright pink starting to get in here. So it is not dying off in terms of hail. So this storm right here, and it looks like it's almost marching straight east at this point as far as the hail is concerned. And so let me just back that out. So this is heading, what's out in front of it? There's not much. It's crossing that 23. This Milo looks like a small little town here. And there's Lake McGregor Provincial Recreational Area to the west. It is marching in that general direction at this point. So heading almost due east, essentially, is the best way I can put it. So that storm there, you guys need to pay attention if you're out in front of it right now. That hail is not subsiding. And actually, before I scan away from that, I'm going to look at our wind speed and wind direction, which is our velocity. So there's some rotation on this storm. It isn't super tight right now, so still not concerned about it, but obviously something to pay attention to if that rotation started to tighten up and the wind speed going up on that. So we will continue to monitor that storm, but obviously this storm is still dangerous with all that hail that's coming out of it there. Just looking up here to the Strathmore storm, or at this point, it's just to the west of Standard, it looks like. A bit of hail in there, tiny pea-sized hail probably, that's about it. Heavy precipitation on that storm. And then the Three Hills stuff is just lined out at this point. So we've only got really one storm to be concerned with on the severe side of things. We will monitor the southern portion of the line, which is right here. In this area, there's quite a bit of precipitation. So just to the north, Miss NASCAR Princess, welcome to the Sunshine Club. Thank you very much for becoming a member today. Really appreciate that. And so this is what's going on right now for the storm that's essentially to the east of Strathmore. I'm going to take a look here. While we're waiting, we're at 5:53 p.m., so we're 4 minutes into this cycle. I'm going to swing out and take a look at what's going on in Montreal, and that'll be the only thing, unless there's something specific I need to cover in the questions. But let me just see here. Still continuing to rain on that western portion of Montreal. It's kind of tucked in here. It's been there for quite some time now. You can see that. And so there's going to be quite a bit of flooding, I would suspect, on that western portion of the island. And in, near Beaconsfield, Dorval, Kirkland. But those storms are continuing to be there. So not a lot of fun. And then I'll just quickly look at the Ottawa area. Still those storms north of Ottawa on the Quebec side, tucked in just kind of near Poltimore, St. Pierre to Wakefield, all the way down to the Gatineau River. They've been sitting there dumping rain, so that is going to definitely affect some possible flooding and that kind of stuff. So yeah, let me swing back out to Alberta, and we'll wait for the next scan to come up. This one here, south of Arrowwood, southwest of there, this hail core, I'm going to measure the distance on it, but the hail core across here, this is very large. This is 9 kilometers across, just so we understand the scale of this hail core. So eastern portion of the hail core looks like it's got bigger hail in it. It definitely, I would say you're probably getting into grapes and maybe up to loony size, maybe a little bit bigger than that. So what else? Okay, let me just take a look here. I don't know how long ago that was. That's 10 minutes ago. Okay, give me a sec. Let me get to our page because I'm monitoring more than one page here. Unfortunately, or not unfortunately, but just going on here. What else? Okay, so Nadia just saying that there's lightning and thunder in Gatineau area. That was about 11 minutes ago. What else have we got here? That looks like all the comments there. So yeah, again, that rain, that is for the Ottawa area, again, to the north of Ottawa. I am going to concentrate on this storm right here. Hopefully we're going to get an update here in about 2 minutes or so. Didsbury storm getting a little more intense in terms of precipitation, but that's basically it. There is some lightning that is happening on that storm, and I'll show you how this one has unfolded over the last few scans. So as it's approaching from the west, coming towards Didsbury, there's definitely going to be some heavy rain and lightning, obviously prolific on this storm. But again, we haven't got into any hail or anything like that. So and this line to the north is just, again, that it's a line of storms, heavy precipitation in some areas. It's this bad boy down here that we're paying attention to just because of that signature of hail that literally went from no hail 2 scans ago. Let me back it up here. There's your scan at 3:41 p.m. And it expanded significantly. We do have still quite a bit of hail on it, but there's a hole in the middle essentially where we don't have hail, so this could be an indicator of it weakening, so that is very good. But still moving east on this scan, moving so basically if you're out in front of it near Milo, McGregor Lake area, that's a pretty big lake. I would definitely get off the water and get to indoor or something like that, just because of the hail component and obviously heavy precipitation. So that is moving east towards McGregor Lake and Milo. I'm going to look at the rest of the line up here. So this has weakened. It's still heavy rain in there, but there's no more hail indicator. And this is moving again east northeast, and all of this rain is going to be coming into Drumheller. It's already probably very light rain in Drumheller, but they're further back to the southwest. There's a little more intense precipitation. No real lightning on the northern portion of this, for the most part. So a few bolts here and there, but not super intense like the southern portion. And then this one cell down here. Okay. Yeah, just going to respond to one of my moderators here, so I can do that actually over here as well. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, we'll just wait for the next scan to come out here. I suspect this severe warning that is right, obviously to the east of Calgary, will get either shrunk or basically dropped at this point. I'm just checking to see if they're still, yeah, it's still active for at least another hour, but I suspect they'll be dropping that one very soon. So Anthony Boivet from near the Ottawa area saying that this Cantley storm is just creeping along very slowly, which, yes, that's unfortunately the problem with that is going to be the heavy rain. And it's going to cause some minor flooding in the area. So that kid on pause asking if Calgary has any warnings. No. East of there's this severe warning, but the storms are way off to the east now. They're past Strathmore. So the Calgary area itself, you have nothing to worry about at this point. We'll continue to monitor if other storms fire. But again, the breakdown of this system was that we were going to have storms fire early, and a couple of hours in that this would line out, and that's when the severe aspect or potential would go or drop somewhat. Obviously, weather can still do things even if it's lined out, but that's where that severe component starts to drop off, and it would eventually just turn into a line of thunder showers moving eastward again towards that Saskatchewan border. That's what the outlooks from Environment Canada were. That's what the outlooks were for models as such. So again, we started up a little bit more intense we were covering Alberta, We were covering southwest Ontario, eastern Ontario, and then western Quebec around the Montreal area. So, yeah, it's been a busy afternoon, but those other areas, for the most part, Montreal is still getting a lot of rain, so that is still continuing on. A lot of flooding south of Montreal. I guarantee you, that's going to come out in the news tomorrow. That kind of thing. So, yeah. Thank you so much. Lucky to live in a basement suite. That kid on pause. Glad we could answer your question and at least let you know what's going on. Again, this is all moving eastward out of Calgary and kind of northeast from there. So I'll play the loop here and leave that running for a sec. See when the next scan comes in here. Okay. So we'll see here 5:59 p.m. or 3:59 p.m. your time in Alberta. They have extended the severe warning, so they've pushed it all the way out for this. So the way our warnings in Canada work, they follow township or county lines. Storms don't really care about that. So you can see that there's a warning all the way down here. East of Carmen Gay, basically. That is never going to see this storm, unfortunately. This is just, again, moving eastward towards Milo and McGregor Lake. That's where this is headed. And again, 3:59 p.m. Alberta time. We're 6 minutes into that 8-minute cycle. So hopefully you see a new scan here in about 2 minutes or so. And I'm going to look, I'm actually tracking... see if Braden has anything posted. Okay, so this is 7 minutes ago near Vulcan. So this is the hail that we are watching. Give me a sec. Let me pull it up, and I'll share this with you folks. So this is a video. Let me bring it up. And this is what's falling out of that storm. So that's probably, based on what I'm seeing in the video there, I would say that that's most likely going to be, toonie-sized, loony-sized hail. And here's our latest scan on that storm. So obviously it's quite prolific hail, meaning the density of it, and it is picking up on this storm for hail. This is got a bit of purple in it. Which is starting to get into that really big hail. So still quite a significant hail core as this marches east. It's walking. This is moving very slowly. So it is obviously going to be an issue. This is to the north of Vulcan, which is what we just saw on Braden Morisseau's feed there, and I'm going to share his info. He always helps us out. I'm sure you guys know him, but if you don't, Braden Morisseau is out of Cochrane, Alberta. He's the tornado whisperer out that way, good buddy of ours. So it definitely, he's a great guy to follow, and you can see he's been posting here. He's got another video down here to the bottom as that supercell was starting to organize, which is that intensity that we were talking about. So this is the latest video that he put up here, that hail. Definitely give him a follow. He's very good at reporting out of the Alberta area because he's based out of there, but he chases all over. So significant hail on this. So if you are, again, east of this, I would get to shelter. And if you have anything that you don't want damaged, I would definitely do the same. Just make sure it's in a garage, storage building, whatever the case may be. But it is marching in this general direction. And the hail swath right now is significant in size in terms of top to bottom. So let me just take a look here. We're talking over 10 kilometers. If we go right to the end, we're talking about 14 kilometers. So it's a wide path that this is putting down all that hail, and you can see all the lightning that's associated with it as well. So That's the area to be concerned about here. I'm going to swing back up to the north, look at our storm that's kind of east of the Strathmore radar. A few pixels of pink in there, so still heavy precipitation. There might be pea-sized or smaller. So this is definitely not getting as intense as what's happening to the south here. Again, this is near Vulcan. So Vulcan is right down here. And this is northeast. It's stretching northeast up to the 542, heading towards McGregor Lake is the big lake that's in the path of it. It is still, I'll tell you how far it is from McGregor Lake. It's roughly 18 kilometers from McGregor Lake. It is walking this storm at this point. So I don't know if they've still got the speed in there. They don't say. Environment Canada is just saying loony to ping pong ball sized hail and heavy rain and obviously wind gusts. Based on the video we just got or saw from Braden Morso, that confirms what's falling out of the sky there. So we'll wait for another scan here. Helix, good to see you from Australia as always. Definitely giving it an international flavor as well. So we are now 4:05 p.m. Alberta time. On that scan that we're looking at right now, and it's 4:10 p.m. So we're 5 minutes into that 8-minute cycle. What else is going on here? Just going to see if there's any other storms that are of any concern to the north. Nothing way north. Didsbury storm, just heavy rain at this point with a few lightning bolts. You can see how that has lined out. And so when you see storms doing this where they line out, this is a significant distance. They're less intense because they can't rotate. They're not isolated. And that's what, when we see that kind of stuff, we're not as concerned about it. But this storm is all by itself. Sorry, let me close that. And it's on its own, so it's doing its own thing, whether it can pick up intensity or not. It is rotating somewhat, but it is not rotating tightly. So we're not super concerned about it yet. But again, I've continued to monitor that rotation. And if it does tighten up where we need to warn people, we will do so. So we're going to wait for this next scan and go from there. Yeah. Ping pong ball sized hail is definitely not ideal. And that's definitely not ideal. Braden drives an armored Jeep, so he can take significantly large hail. Even his windshield is Lexan, so you can throw 2-inch hailstone at it, 3-inch hailstone, and it should be perfectly fine. He's armored to do storm chasing, and that's basically what Braden's been doing for the last probably 15 years or more. So like I said, I call him the tornado whisperer. So if you don't follow Braden Morso, look him up on Facebook, look him up on X. That's his two main platforms that he posts to. So he's definitely good at what he does. I learn a lot from Braden, actually, so I owe him quite a bit. Craig Bohm, good to see you in the chat. That's awesome. Good. Yeah, it's been, he's definitely the best of Canada. Yeah, he definitely, is one of the top chasers out there, even, North America wise. He gets to tornadoes, and he does it safely and he's not reckless about it. So, that's another part. So, okay, so Helix saying in Adelaide back in Australia, saying they had a few years ago, they had slightly bigger than ping pong sized hail and it caused chaos. And yes, when you get into that large hail, especially if it goes through a populated area, which has happened in Calgary, I believe the last very large hailstorm in Calgary was like $1 billion in damage. So it can definitely add up very quickly. Here's our latest scan on this storm that's going northeast of Vulcan again, heading towards McGregor Lake and Milo, still maintaining that very intense hail core. I'm looking at velocities. It is rotating. There is some inflow onto this storm. So I will continue to monitor that. But again, we do see this bright pink area. That is all hail in here. So significant portion of this storm is hail, anywhere from small hail up to, toonie sized hail, maybe even bigger into ping pongs. That's a possibility here. Going to look at the back here and just see what's going on. This storm to the north, the pink has disappeared out of it again, essentially. For the most part, there's maybe one area here where there's a couple of pixels of pink, but again, this has lined out, so these storms have less chance of rotating, less chance of being severe. You've just got this big long line of storms tracking, but then you have a gap, and you've got this one storm on its own down here in the southwest, it's not southwest, southeast corner, and we're going to continue to monitor that one. So what else is going here? Alexander Brusso saying, thank you, Tom, Connor, keeping us informed. Yeah, absolutely doing our best. While I'm waiting on this scan to update, I'll come back to just double check things here around Eastern Ontario. Make sure there's nothing that's of any significance. So those storms still to the north, popping here. I do have a comment from Veronica saying Iroquois, which is down by the Seaway. Let me just take a look here. Brockville. Wait, I'm in the wrong spot. Why won't it show up on my software? Sometimes I have to. There it is. Iroquois right here by the 401. This is back in Eastern Ontario. There's 1,700 without power on the north of Iroquois. So that would be up here where it's just raining at this point. So power outages in that area. Obviously, when these storms came through earlier. And then let's just take a look at Montreal again. Still raining on that west side of Montreal. Doesn't look to be subsiding, so I'm suspecting there's going to be quite a bit of flooding in that area. If you are out there, throw a comment in the chat, or if you can share a photo with us at the email at the top of the screen, we would definitely appreciate it, or even a video. I'm going to see what our total rainfall is from our US radar, because that's the only one we can do it on. And you can see where we have these bright red, orange areas. That's where the most amount of rain has been falling. So right here, Saint Eustache, 6 inches. So that's 150 millimeters of rain just south of there, 7 inches in some spots. So we're getting into the 200 millimeters. So there's going to be lots of flooding in those areas. Saint Constant got almost 8 inches of rain. Let me move the map here so I can look at it. It looks like our bullseye for heaviest rain is going to be south around Saint Mathieu, and southeast of there we've got some 9-inch readings. 10-inch right here, just over that. 10.1 was the highest I saw. So that is right along the 15 heading south towards the US. That's where all that rain is tucked in the Montreal area. So significant flooding happening there in the Montreal and south of Montreal areas at this point. So the severe warning on the Quebec side is strictly for the amount of precipitation out of this little line of storms that's not moving, essentially, has been tucked in here for quite some time. So there's going to be heavy precipitation out of that if it doesn't move out of the area. So let me go back to Alberta, and let's take a look if we've got an update here soon, and we'll continue to monitor that one storm that really is the one that we need to pay attention to. So this is 4:11 p.m. On the scan. We are 4:17 right now, so that's obviously 6 minutes into it, into the 8-minute cycle. So we should have one here very shortly. Petit Joe Louis saying, looking at the West Island storm out of Montreal, from East End Montreal, low lightning with a beautiful flanking line, and it seems to have just been parked there. So thank you for that update as well. But when we start to get into 100+ millimeters of rain in a short amount of time, I mean, we're talking over a few hours. Again, flooding is going to be a big issue out that way. And definitely the main concern out of those storms in the Montreal and south of Montreal towards the US border. That's basically what's going on there. So hopefully we have a new scan here any second. Within I would say less than a minute, we should have a new one pop up if everything works okay. Rain is definitely making its way into Drumheller, but it is light to mild to light rain essentially at this point. But there is more moderate and heavy precipitation kind of to the southwest with those oranges and reds. Obviously, well, there's our latest scan. The hail continues to intensify on this storm. So again, not moving very far out of Vulcan. There's going to be quite a bit of accumulation of hail. I'm just checking if Braden Morso has anything else up, but he doesn't right now, so that's fine. But we still have, I'm just going to highlight this area here. Let me pull up one of my tools. So right in here, we've got some purple, and that's where you get into those big hailstones. You're talking ping pong ball, golf ball sized hail, maybe even slightly larger than that. But you can definitely see where all this pink is. This is all hail, and it's not moving quickly. So that's the problem, is that this is just very wide swath in some areas, and it's consistently just hailing in those areas. So not going to be fun. I know it's mostly rural, but this is northeast of Vulcan. So I'm guessing mostly agricultural, that kind of thing out that way. But this area here, I'll measure the distance. If I go across from here up this way, this is 10 kilometers across for this hail. And obviously, that's going to take some time because these storms are not moving very quick. I think 20 kilometers an hour roughly. So it would take half an hour for it to cover that 11-kilometer distance. So that is our latest scan to the south. To the north is good news. This is just heavy rain. You might have very, very tiny hail just tucked into these 3 little pixels here to the southwest of Rosebud, but essentially just tons and tons of rain. And again, moving northeast at this point, and I don't see any other storms that are a concern here. We just have this one storm that southeast of Calgary that has decided that it's going to be the main player, and you can see what kind of transpired this afternoon out in Alberta. Obi-Wan Kenobi saying, stay safe out there, friends. Best wishes from Ontario. Absolutely. Terry Elder asking, is it measuring close to Bassano? What do you mean measuring? I'm sorry, I don't understand. Maybe you can clarify what we're talking about measuring and what we're talking about measuring. Because I've been talking about a lot of stuff, so I want to make sure. I don't know exactly where Bassano is. I can look it up here in our software just to make sure I'm kind of talking about the same thing. So this is out in Alberta. Why didn't that? Oh. So Bassano right there. So right now you have very light rain coming into Bassano, but this is to the southwest of you. The hail core is marching directly east, essentially. So it's not at this time going to make it up there. However, to the west of you, there is some heavy precipitation as far as rain, but that's it at this point. Few lightning bolts. So Bassano area, you're okay. What else have we got here? Craig, yeah, it looks like it'll stay south of Bassano. Thanks, Craig. I appreciate you jumping in there because I'm covering all of Canada. You learn a lot of names, but there's so many that I can't keep up with all of them. But hopefully we got that info out to you guys. And let's delete that. So again, we're paying attention to this particular storm here, just southwest of Milo. It's between Milo and Vulcan. That's essentially where it's tucked into, and it's just sitting there. So it's definitely not going to be fun if you're in front of this. And again, if you're out on McGregor Lake, you definitely need to get out of there. I mean, there's lightning, obviously, heavy rain, but this hail is coming that way. I don't see much else in between there. This is all, there's a Hutterite colony here, it looks like, but mostly, rural type environments. So Don't see anything super heavy population. Obviously, the small town of Milo, but right now that hail might skirt just to the south of that. We'll have to see what the next scans do because it could expand. And I'm going to look at velocities or wind speeds on this just to see. There's broad rotation on this storm, but nothing tight at this point. So again, not going to be too concerned at this point for anything outside of just that massive hail swath that's coming through that portion of Alberta. So just taking a look here. What else have we got here? Riders are playing in tonight in Calgary. Again, Calgary should be pretty good at this point. This is all kind of to the east of there. It went through there earlier, obviously. This storm that is northeast of Strathmore back 2 hours ago. That did come through Calgary. I'll back it out here. You can see this would be at 1:47 p.m. Alberta time. And this was where we started to first see that hail, and it's on the south portion of Calgary, marching through with that pink, and then kind of moved along the Trans-Canada Highway through Strathmore. And now you can see it's completely weakened as far as hail is concerned. But here to the south, we're still maintaining the hail, and we're getting more purple into it. So the size of the hail is starting to go up. These dark purples, that is where you're getting into some bigger hail, golf balls possibly, or larger. So again, this is where it starts to do damage, and people in the path of this definitely need to be concerned. So this pocket right here is where the biggest hail is, but we still have hail tucked in throughout the entire portion of this storm here. That is all hail moving eastward again, just kind of in this general direction, and almost getting to that McGregor Lake pretty soon that I've been mentioning, and then it'll continue to move eastward from there. The question is whether that hail core is going to sustain or not. So we will be here to give you guys an update and let you know what is happening. I'm just looking at my velocity scans here. Not concerned just yet, but we'll see if that the wind speed starts to pick up on that. They shrunk back the severe warning. So this severe warning for the storm that is kind of northeast of Strathmore, just south of Drumheller, they shrunk back the box because it went all the way back to Chestermere. So they are walking that box with the storm, and they've just put this, that the severe thunderstorm associated with this alert have weakened or moved out of the area. So this is no longer considered severe. Mostly, a bit of red, mostly orange and yellow, which again, we're starting to see that weaken compared to this storm down here where it's clear as day, where you see that intensity on radar. Again, those bright reds, pinks, and now we're into purples. So this area right here, right over this Hutterite colony, definitely some very large hail falling out of that, unfortunately. So I'm just monitoring Braden's social media just to see if he's got anything else. But, we saw that hail video from him earlier near Vulcan. And that's this storm here that's just marching eastward. Good air temperature out in front of it. I'm just going to see 12 degrees Celsius. So that's about 50, a little over 50 degrees Fahrenheit, which isn't a lot of moisture. But again, storms out in Alberta require less parameters to maintain their intensity. So this storm is still surviving and still doing its thing. So we're going to keep up with it and update you folks. So we're 4 minutes into our 8-minute cycle. I'm just going to come back to Ottawa and take a look Eastern Ontario just to see if anything's going on and keep people up to date as best as I can all over the place. So these storms here over Denholm, St. Pierre to Wakefield, they are just very slowly walking through. There's going to be some minor flash flooding, that kind of stuff that's happening with this. It's been tucked in that area for quite some time. So if you were up there north of Ottawa, that is cottage country. Obviously, people live there as well, but there's going to be some minor flooding up in that area as well. A little storm by Otter Lake has a little bit of intensity to it, but nothing that is too crazy. Looking here around Lachute, to the north of Lachute, there's a bit of precipitation in there. I'm going to switch to the closer radar. We have a little bit of hail kind of near Boisbriand. North of Saint Eustache, there's a bit of hail and heavy precipitation on that. Environment Canada just updating this thunderstorm warning, still speaking about heavy rain causing flash flooding and reductions to visibility, but maybe I'm just looking to see what the last few scans on this have done. So some of the storms have moved off that western portion of the island, but we have another cell popping here with quite a bit of lightning, and that is going to move back through Delors des Ormeaux towards Dorval, obviously the airport, Montreal Trudeau International Airport, and then back into here. So we still have tons of rain south of Montreal, still continuing to happen this afternoon. Just looking if there's anything else that way. There isn't. So we're good in that area, and I'm going to go back out to Calgary and out to Alberta, I should say. Calgary's out of the game at this point. And let's just look at this. So 4:23 p.m. We are 4:29 p.m. So the 2 hours difference, obviously, from where I'm located. We are 6 minutes into the cycle, so about a minute or two, and we should have a new scan on this storm back to the south. And again, if you're just joining us, it's moving eastward at this point. So, okay. Jason saying Montreal area got an orange warning. Yeah, and that, again, that orange warning was for that heavy, heavy rainfall, essentially is what it's talking about. So, Hayden saying decent sized hail spike on that Vulcan storm if you look at CC. So let me just switch over here. Yeah, so what this is just a different component that we look at, correlation coefficient, and it lets us look at different parameters within storms, and you can read, oops, hit the wrong thing here, sorry. You can read different things. So this is our latest scan here. It looks like, 6:29 p.m. Hail on this scan has weakened a little bit, but there is still a ton of hail tucked into this storm with those bright pinks. The purples have gone away, but we're still getting a decent amount of hail out of this storm as it moves eastward again. So I'm just going to look at velocities. Nothing that jumps out at me on the wind speed or wind direction at this point. This storm is rotating, and one of the things I haven't mentioned yet, we always talk about on this stream, when you have supercell thunderstorms or even regular thunderstorms, when those updrafts go up, some rotation is normal. It's perfectly normal process of thunderstorms. So a lot of places will highlight rotation. It doesn't necessarily mean anything's going on because that's normal process. It's when that rotation gets really tight and speeds up that you have to start paying attention to it. And that's why I look at those velocity scans and watch as it progresses to see if there's anything I need to be concerned about or paying attention to. So right now, this is just a very large hailer tucked in between Vulcan and Milo at this point, and continuing to walk eastward. And again, this is bigger picture just west of Brooks at this point. So everything to the north of that is just regular thunderstorms with moderate heavy rain down to almost no rain. As you can see, our scale is basically yellow with a little bit of oranges kind of in the middle. Yellow, green, and blue are down on the low end of the scale. And then the darker colors, when you get into those bright or dark oranges, dark reds, pinks, and purples, you're on the very high end of the scale. And that's why we're paying attention to this storm, because you can see it's got plenty of that hail signature on reflectivity here on our radar. So just looking elsewhere to see if there's anything, and so far there isn't. So this is the only storm of concern at this point. Again, for the most part, is in a somewhat or mostly rural area. I would guess farmers' fields, that kind of stuff out there, but equipment out there, livestock possibly out there. Hail is not fun for those kinds of applications, and if you happen to have equipment out there, this is why we're trying to give people the warning to get them to know that that's what's coming at them, essentially. So Did anything go through Strathroy in Ontario? If you guys are asking for questions as far as areas are concerned, I am covering mostly Alberta right now, but if you could put whether you're referring to Ontario or Alberta or wherever you're referring to, just it'll help me out a little bit. But Strathroy in Ontario, there's nothing going through there at this point. There were very minor storms. The last time we looked, basically at this point, it's just rain showers, if anything. Yannick saying, I'm north of Montreal and it's bad. And yes, there's heavy rain in that Montreal area, continuing throughout the afternoon. Let's just swing back there and while we've got somebody asking about it, we'll take a look at it. Let me zoom in and I'm going to kill off our temperatures. We don't need those right now, just so it's not as busy. So we can see that there's another storm coming through St. Eustache, heavy precipitation. It is smaller. There's a little bit of a breakup happening. So there is signs that this might be slowing down in terms of the rain for the Montreal or the West Island portion of Montreal and to the south, but it's still currently raining in a lot of areas, but we do have these areas here, Dollard, des Ormeaux, Kirkland, all of those areas don't have any rain essentially at this point. So that's a good sign of things possibly breaking up that way. I'm going to take a look at Eastern Ontario. Just some mild rain tucked in around Kempville, south of there, Winchester. And we have down by Calidar, we have a few pop-up storms that are dumping a ton of rain, but they're very tiny with the odd lightning bolt. And then on the Quebec side, north of Ottawa, we do have some isolated storms packing a bit of a heavy precipitation in with them. And then there's this line that has just been kind of sitting here north of Ottawa, and that, like I said, is going to be causing some flooding issues in that region. So let me go back to Calgary and Alberta, and let's take a look at what's going on out here and jump back on it. Excuse me. So this is 4:29 p.m. is the scan time. We are almost at 4:36. So we're about 7 minutes into this. So we should have a new scan here within about a minute or so. What else? Very heavy rain over East Edmonton at the moment. A few roads starting to flood. So that's from Sean. And up north, that's why we have all this green up here. We talked about it briefly early on. There are still warnings up here. I'll pull them up. They're calling for 75 to 150 millimeters of rain in certain areas. So obviously heavy rain for the next 2 days. So persistent rain and those 150 millimeters, there are going to be areas that are going to have some flooding, unfortunately, because that is a monumental amount of volume of water. And that, to give you an idea, that 150 millimeters has fallen in several hours, maybe 4 or 5 hours in the Montreal area. So they're dealing with the same amount of rain in hours versus several days. So not a lot of fun. And, hopefully the flooding isn't too bad in Edmonton area or around that area. Hopefully the folks in Montreal, it isn't too bad. But I've seen quite a bit of photos of flooding earlier on, so my fingers crossed for those people out that way. Let's just take a look here. Okay, so this is a view of the storm. I'm gonna wait. This is from Braden, but he just posted this a short while ago. I'm gonna wait for the latest scan here, which that is actually, I'm staring at it, sorry. So this is 4:35 p.m. We still have a ton of hail tucked into this storm. It is moving eastward essentially on its own, just continuing to march east of where it is currently. It is moving very slowly, 20 kilometers an hour maybe. I am going to pull up Braden's video here, so bear with me for 1 second. So this, oh, sorry. Helps if I share it with you folks. Sorry. So this is the view. Braden is obviously kind of to the southeast or east of it, I would say, based on what I'm staring at. And you can see in that picture, all that gray is going to be that heavy rain with the hail tucked in there. So yeah, that's what we're seeing there. Again, that's from Braden. Okay, so let's zoom out of here. We've got a bit of, so again, looking north of this storm, uh, precipitation falling out of on Trans-Canada Highway, but again, moderate to mild rain, essentially. That's all there is there. This storm here near Drumheller, lots of rain tucked in south of Drumheller. With those reds and oranges, but that's all it is. A few lightning bolts associated with it. Over Drumheller itself, spotty rain, moderate to mild rain, and then moving up from there. An area stretched out here. I'm wondering which radar is closer here. No, it's still the Strathmore, but we have kind of a line in here that's now east of Didsbury, moving east of Highway 2. And just heavy precipitation in pockets in there, but that's basically it at this point. And then if we look up at Edmonton area, you can see all this rain up there. So I'll play the radar here while we're waiting. You can see how this is all pushing up in there. The east side of Edmonton looks to be getting the most amount of rain out of this system at this point. So this will continue to do so, and these warnings are up for a couple of days. So over the next few days, that area is going to see significant rain. Again, they're calling for anywhere from 75 to 150 millimeters of rain over the next 2 days in all of these green rainfall warnings, essentially. So I'll swing back over and we'll pay attention to the storm outside of southeast of Calgary. And we'll take it from there. So, yeah, Diane saying I watch the weather over Michigan and especially Lake Michigan because once it crosses, it goes into Ontario. Yeah, it's definitely a good way of doing things. You keep an eye on things and it kind of gives you a heads up what's headed towards you. Okay, James saying I'm in Wainwright, and the clouds are normal, though are starting to have a dark green smokish look off and on. So hopefully nothing too bad headed your way. We're gonna, again, our biggest thing is this one little storm here. And by little storm, I mean it's got a decent hail core on it, so needs to be taken seriously. And it is just kind of to the south and southwest of Milo right now. Just zooming in here, kind of over McGregor Lake at this point, and continuing eastward essentially. So that's the one that we've been tracking all day since early on, anyways. So let's just back out here. Yeah, I don't see anything concerning here. So this is 4:41 p.m. is our time right now, Alberta time. The clock obviously is for Eastern Ontario, where we're based out of, but the last scan was 4:45 or 4:35 p.m. I should say. So we've got another 2 minutes till our next scan comes in from the Environment Canada radar. So we'll update you guys as soon as that's going on. Jason just saying, just saw the Quebec thunderstorm outlook for tomorrow. Looks like it will rain even more in the Montreal area. And yeah, unfortunately, that is not good news for Montreal. I'm just switching over because they're beeping over here. So I want to see what's going on with this storm. I'll just update if they've now because that storm has been sitting there, this line of storms north of Ottawa, they have updated to this to color orange because they have not moved out of the area. So they're concerned about flooding. Obviously, this is along, it looks like the 307 around Denholm, Poltimore, St. Pierre to Wakefield. Those storms have been there for the last hour plus, maybe 2 hours, and heavy precipitation out of them. So they're definitely going to be causing some flooding out that way. I'm going to come back to Montreal here and take a look. That storm that came through St. Eustache is breaking up somewhat, which is good news. It's still raining in some pockets here, fairly heavy, but hopefully that's good signs that things are somewhat slowing down. But again, south of Montreal, you can see these storms are just trailing through there. I'm just backing up the radar and you can see popping over Montreal, moving south, and still lots of heavy rain has moved through the area and continues to move through the area. So south of Montreal is going to be soaked and obviously some flooding in that area. Okay, let's head back out to Calgary and Alberta area. I can zoom out so it goes a little quicker. Zoom back in here. So this is 4:41 p.m. This scan came out 3 minutes ago. So this is still showing a huge amount of hail in it, right over McGregor Lake and kind of to the west of it. So this bright pink area, that is going to be your hail. We're talking loony-sized hail more than likely, maybe slightly bigger than that, just to give you guys an idea. So not subsiding at this time. This storm has maintained that hail core for quite some time. Some stronger winds in there, but I'm trying to see if that's radar noise. Just looking in here, we do have some pixelation of radar noise, but I'll continue to monitor that. But this hail core, I'm going to back this up so people that are just jumping in, we've had this large hail core since right here. So there was no hail at 3:41 p.m. On the next scan at 3:47 p.m. Is when it happened. So over the last hour, there's been this very significant hail core within this storm, and it's continuing to do so as it marches east. So we need to pay attention to it continually because, again, being caught up in that hail would not be my idea of a fun time. Just seeing, okay, still no, I'm monitoring a couple of channels here. Okay. Veronica made a comment in the chat. I didn't see this till now, but I've learned so many places in Alberta because of the streams. And yeah, we definitely learn new places. And from storm chasing, I've chased out in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, across the prairies, essentially. I've covered a lot of this country chasing storms or just all sorts of weird adventures out across Canada. So I try and remember names as best as I can, but obviously I can't remember them all. So I appreciate, people's patience if I'm not exactly sure where it is, but we keep up with it. If not, I can search it up and find it fairly quickly. So that's the good news there. And I'm just looking at, I've got to make a note for myself. One sec. Okay, so let's take a look, and we'll continue to update people on this one storm. Essentially, the rest of it is all just heavy rain with some lightning associated with it to the north and northeast of Calgary. And again, heading up to that Edmonton area, you guys have got a ton of rain over the next few days. But as you can see, it's mostly that green, yellow, with a little bit of orange. So that's that moderate to the low end of the scale. Obviously, the one storm that's south here, that's the one that's got all those bright pinks, bright dark reds, dark orange, and that's on the high end of the scale for precipitation. So just huge contrast as far as what you're seeing in terms of precipitation out of storms, just compared to what's up towards Edmonton versus what's down here to the west of Brooks, essentially at this point. So, and yeah, we should have a new scan here in a couple of minutes. And if you guys have questions, anybody that's just joined, obviously anybody who's become a member, we have YouTube memberships. Right now, we've got one that's very, very cost effective and it's you get a badge with your name with your to use in the chat with your name. Sorry, you also get some emojis that are custom made for it, and a shout out as well on the channel. So we appreciate anybody who's become a member today. Anybody who's donated, thank you very much as well. We are also live streaming on our Facebook page as well at the same time. So if you do prefer to watch us on Facebook, I can bring up. This is where you can find us essentially while we're waiting for that next scan to come in. Obviously, our email, you can reach us anytime. Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and X. So we are broadening our horizons with that stuff, and we do have a merch store. You get a shirt, we've got mugs, we've got all sorts of different things there. So you can definitely check it out. It helps us out, and you end up with something nice out of it. So anyways, you can refer to this, and that's where you basically can find us. I haven't had a lot of time to put this up today, so I just thought I'd throw it there while we're waiting for this next scan to come in, which there's the scan right there, and we have what's called a TBSS. And let me highlight that for you. This is significant hail. So this little spike back here is called a 3-body scatter strike. And that's because all of this hail is tucked into this storm here. And if we back this image out and we look where the Strathmore radar is, it's going to be in direct line right back up to here. So you can see, and if my drawing skills are any good, that's why you have this little spike back here, and that's always indicative of large hail or a lot of density of hail, and that's the first time we've really seen a TBSS on reflectivity, but that's because that hail has gotten so intense in that area. And again, it is over McGregor Lake right now, south of Milo, and it's continuing to march eastward, and the hail core on this does not look to be subsiding. I'm going to take a look at some velocities here. Zoom in. I don't see anything. So if you're new and you haven't been watching, I call this Christmas confetti. That is noise in the radar. So I'm just showing you around Diamond Valley, Longview area. You can see all the stuff that looks like confetti. That is just noise in the radar. What your radar should look like is where you have these, consistent green colors of different intensity, brightness, or the same thing with red. And when you get noise in it, it does make it difficult to determine if a storm is rotating or not, or whether it's radar noise. So green pixels are moving towards the radar. Red pixels are moving away from the radar. The higher the brightness in those pixels, the more speed the radar is registering with those pixels. So that's just a little bit of how to look at velocities on radar for anybody that's not familiar with it. And what we're looking here is reflectivity. So this is density, meaning how many particles are in the air in that specific area. And obviously when you get into hail, that's very dense, or heavy rain. And that's why you see those color codings the way you do. So, yeah. Question from KV. How far is it from Edmonton? It's very far from Edmonton. This is heading eastward. It is not even heading up towards Edmonton, but I can give you a rough idea from the center of Edmonton. This is 336 kilometers to the south, and it's simply moving eastward towards Brooks and the Trans-Canada Highway. So if this does continue with this hail and heading towards the Trans-Canada Highway, at some point, if it does cross, people are going to be driving into some very large hail. Obviously, you want to avoid that if you can. So if anybody is driving along the Trans-Canada, this is crawling right now, so it is still quite a ways from the Trans-Canada, but it could be an eventuality, and that's why I bring it up. We had that happen the other day when we had that storm tracking kind of parallel to the Trans-Canada down to Medicine Hat, or the Hat as it's referred to. And people were getting into hail on the Trans-Canada Highway. So like I said, we try and give as much warning as possible for folks that may be traveling and going that route. So let me just take a look at a couple of things here while we wait for another scan. Okay. Yeah. Just seeing if there's anything in my inbox here that I need to pay attention to. Okay. Perfect. Okay, let me switch over to one of my other pages. Okay, we're going to wait for our next scan here. So we are at scans at 4:47 p.m. and at 4:53 p.m. So we're 6 minutes in roughly. So now we play the waiting game. Things have kind of quieted down. We don't have to jump around as much. You know, we do, again, our cycles are every 8 minutes on these radar scans from Environment Canada, and they don't come out any faster than that. The US is every 3 minutes roughly. Here we do it every 8 minutes. So obviously a bit more time between scans at this point. So 47, yeah, we got about a minute or two. I'll wait till this scan comes out. The only severe portion that we're concerned about is this one storm. The severe warning here near Strathmore is expired, so that will disappear off the board here shortly. Again, if you're back to the west of the storm, obviously nothing to be concerned about. The severe warning does extend back to the west. However, this storm is moving eastward, so there's nothing to be concerned about if you are further back west of it. And I do believe that this is mostly rural environment. I'm just looking if there's anything that jumps out at me on this, but I don't see anything until we start to get towards Brooks. There's some basic roads out here, one highway. Yeah, until we get to Brooks, there's not a whole lot happening there. So I'm going to look at velocity scans. Okay, so this storm is starting to rotate, folks, and that look on that radar is why I jumped to this immediately. You can see some rotation in here. It's broad, so this is very wide, but it is telling me that this storm is rotating. I'm going to try and see if Braden, I know, is on this storm, whether he has... Okay, so he posted this 5 minutes ago, so this scan is indicating rotation. I'm going to bring up Braden's video here, so bear with me for 1 second. And I'll read you the comments, but I'm going to show you guys what this looks like. So this is the storm 5 minutes ago, and you can see that rotation in the center of it. So it's not tight, but this is definitely showing a storm that is trying to rotate more and more. So this is a storm that we're now going to have to pay attention to, not just for the hail aspect of it, but also the rotation. And his comment was low-level rotation increasing on supercell west of Armada, Alberta. And I'm seeing it on radar, and that's why I immediately jumped to this, because it's now starting to get some brighter pixels on it, which obviously indicates that rotation is picking up, speed is picking up. Hail is also picked up in here. We have some purple in there. And then we're getting this kind of hooking look to this storm. So that's usually what you're seeing on that rotation on that video. That's what's taking place. And the radar is confirming that with both the velocity scan and the reflectivity, which is what we're looking at right now. So definitely need to pay attention if this rotation does pick up. This may end up getting a tornado warning on it from Environment Canada. So we're gonna stick with this for now. There's no real other storms to update you on of any kind of consequence. I'm just gonna pan around here, look up to the north, and again, this is just moderate to heavy rain. And the further north you go, the less rain there is. Again, we're talking around the Edmonton area and surrounding area up there. Just moderate to light rain, but that is going to be sustained for a long time, for the next couple of days. So the total rainfall will add up there for that. So again, if you are east of this towards Brooks, but again, the storm is moving very, very slowly. It has taken it quite some time to even get away from Vulcan. To give you an idea, to McGregor Lake, let's back this up. I'm going to back it up to right here. So it was just north of Vulcan at 4:05 p.m. Alberta time. It has taken it 2 hours to essentially get to where it is right now. So that distance in 2 hours, I can kind of do some rough math here. Obviously, it's not going to be exact. is only 30 kilometers. So this storm is not doing much more than 15 to 20 kilometers an hour, depending where I'm measuring from. So it's moving very slowly, but these scans are definitely getting my attention, and that's why when you see that TBSS that I was talking about, and then I saw this kind of hook shape starting to look at it, and then I looked at velocities, this could, like I said, if it does continue to wrap up, it could become a dangerous storm, even more so than it already is. So we'll see what comes out of the next scan here. We've got 3 minutes to wait here. Just checking some of my chats to make sure I'm not missing anything from my moderators. Let's just go in here. Okay, let's take a look at this. Yeah, we're going to wait another couple minutes and then we'll get the scan going here. Helix saying, yeah, almost stationary, sort of very slow. And this, yes, this is a very slow moving storm. As a storm chaser, this is what you like because you don't have to move a whole lot. The other day when we were live streaming here in Eastern Ontario and Western Quebec, storms were doing 80 kilometers an hour. So you could barely keep up with them because they go as the crow flies and roads, you're stair stepping. So much harder to keep up with a storm doing 80 kilometers an hour than one that's doing 15 to 20 kilometers an hour, obviously. So yeah, as a storm chaser, this is an ideal scenario. Unfortunately, if you're caught under the storm, you are exposed to all this hail for much longer because it's just walking along instead of moving at a reasonable pace. So we'll see what this next scan shows up here and see if the look of the storm changes for the better or for the worse, or even maybe maintains, I guess, is another outcome. But we'll see what that next scan looks like. And if you guys have questions, by all means, throw them in the chat. I will do my best to answer them. It's much quieter now than it was earlier on, so I'm always do my best to answer questions for folks in the chat. So definitely throw them in there, and I'll do my best to jump on them. Unless we get a tornado warning, and then I'm laser focused on that part of it, and let's see here. Okay, so still got hail. Hail has come down a little bit. The TBSS also disappeared out of it somewhat, but we do have some stronger winds starting to show up in here. So I'm just showing 90 kilometer hour winds in certain areas here. So still somewhat of a concern as far as rotation is going. So we've got some stronger winds in here that we need to pay attention to. I'm sure Environment Canada has their eyes on this as well, and just keeping an eye on it. But when we start to see this kind of notch forming where you get kind of winds flowing into here, that's what's breathing into the storm. So we call that the notch, and then it rotates around and you could have something happening like that. So it's definitely a storm that is showing signs of possibly becoming a problem in the rotation aspect of things. However, nothing has gotten to the point where I would be, concerned. But it is a strong supercell. And it, again, is just kind of stationary for the most part. It is to the northwest of Lomond. I hope I'm pronouncing that reasonably close. So it is between the 842, 531, and 539, kind of southeast of Calgary or west of Brooks. That's basically where it's from. So not anything else to the north. Everything again to the north at this point is just rain, folks. So nothing to worry about. We're literally tracking one storm at this point. So not much gets updated when there's only one storm to talk about. I'm going to take a look in Southwest Ontario just to see if there's anything. There's absolutely nothing going on there. The storms in Eastern Ontario. So, Eastern Ontario, there's basically by Calidar, there's bit of heavier precipitation that's been there for a while, and then again we're still talking about these storms that are near Poltimore and St. Pierre to Wakefield. There's going to be flooding here because it's consistently been sitting there, lots of lightning and heavy precipitation. So I feel awful for those folks, like I do kind of in the Montreal area as well, south of Montreal. That area seen a ton of rain, and I am noticing that here kind of northwest of Lachute, that looks like storms have kind of parked themselves there somewhat. They are moving through, but consistently raining in that area, so hopefully that doesn't stay that way. But that is kind of northwest and west of Lachute, and then around the Montreal area here, I can take a look and see if our radar from the US side of things has a bigger update or an update in terms of total precipitation. So you can see those bright yellow, red, and orange areas. That's where the heaviest of precipitation has been. And again, we've seen some areas on the west portion of Montreal or the island, 7 inches of rain, which is over 150 millimeters. And then obviously this swath down here gets almost to 250 millimeters. I saw 10.2 inches. So over 250 millimeters of rain in some areas roughly. And again, this is not an exact science off this radar, but Montreal area and south of there has seen a ton of rain today, which is not fun. Obviously quite a bit of flooding and that kind of stuff going on. So that's why we still have this severe warning around these storms. It's only for the rain aspect for it, not wind and not to do with hail or size of hail, that kind of thing. So it's all to do with rain. Okay, let's swing back out to Alberta, as that's where our primary purpose was for this live stream today. So let's zoom back in here. We're about 6 minutes in, so we need another couple minutes before we get the next scan here. So, yeah, Helix, definitely a crazy amount of rain. I don't think I've ever experienced 100+ millimeters of rain in an afternoon, but I'm trying to remember back if I've ever experienced that, but I don't think I have. So, what else have we got? Okay, so we'll wait for this next scan to come out, and then we'll continue to watch as this moves eastward. And this is from Braden Moore. So storm is starting to get a look to it. I'm going to bring it up here and share it. So this is posted 1 minute ago. So this is the storm in Alberta moving. This is the storm west of Brooks, and you can still see there's rotation on this storm, very evident rotation. So again, we're keeping an eye on it. It doesn't mean something's going to happen, but that storm is rotating and definitely deserves our attention at this point. So that's Braden. He's east of this storm, and we'll see what our next scan shows here any second. Hopefully, there you go. There it popped up. Okay, let's see if rotation, that's the first thing I'm going to look at. Yeah, there's definitely some rotation tightening up in here. You can see the greens and reds areas tightening up here, and these winds are registering. I've got some 84 kilometer-hour winds roughly in here, according to our measuring tool. So this storm is got rotation on it, but hasn't tightened up anymore, which is good. But it's lost a bit of hail on it, but this storm is still moving east, and it does have that notch still showing on it. So visually, what we just saw in the video also confirms that way that rotation is moving in that storm. So if this does get into an environment that it prefers, it could be problematic. You know, I'm going to take a look at our moisture levels and temperatures out in front of this storm. I know there's one in Brooks. So I'm just going to take a look here. So we unfortunately don't, wherever we have these temperature, those are weather basically stations. And let's just take a look what Brooks reported in here. This is 1 hour ago, so we don't have an update yet. So 26.5 in Brooks and about 12 degrees Celsius. So that's about 52, 53 Fahrenheit roughly. As far as dew points are concerned. So it's right on the edge there. Let's put it that way. So for an environment that a storm would, love to feed off of. So we'll see what happens. Helix, glad to see you in the chat. Gotta go now. Keep the information coming for the people. Tom, stay safe too. The people in the storms, yes, 100%. Like I said, hopefully this is mostly over a rural area, but we do realize people live out there, and hopefully it's not impacting people too badly. But we're trying to get that information out. If you are in the path of this storm, again, moving eastward. It is heading towards the south of Brooks. It's not going to get into Brooks, but it is essentially moving in this general direction. So it will be south of Brooks if it maintains the same path that it has currently. So Big Boy Benser saying, as an Albertan, it's crazy. This will be the second time Alberta will get its monthly rainfall amount in a few days. And yeah, depending what area you're in, obviously to the north with Edmonton, that what they're calling for is 75 to 150 millimeters of rain in that area. That's a significant amount of rain. So obviously some areas quite saturated already, so the water won't have anywhere to go. And then if you're in the line of one of these supercell thunderstorms, obviously not a very wide path, but it's if you are caught in it, then obviously it's putting down an immense amount of precipitation in a small area. So, and I can actually bring up satellite imagery here. You can see that blue line on an angle. That's obviously the BC border, and then to the right is Saskatchewan. And if you look, you can see how these storms have exploded on satellite. And the one that's at the very bottom of the imagery is the one that we're following, is that big updraft for this storm. So you can see how that has progressed over the afternoon, over the last 2 to 3 hours that we've been tracking this. So yeah, satellite imagery showing the exact same thing as what we've been looking at. So I will again keep an eye on this and update folks as soon as we have that next scan. Nothing else to really report on that would be of any significance. Temperatures to the north, like Drumheller, is now currently 14 degrees Celsius. Along Highway 2 in the Red Deer, it's 13 and raining. So miserable weather up that way, unfortunately, but it's not severe and it's not as bad as it could be, for example, down here. So again, this is our one storm that we are focusing on and keeping an eye on as it moves eastward. So we'll see whether it intensifies on the next scan and if that rotation increases as well. So sorry, just seeing if Braden's got anything else posted there. He's got all the time in the world to hang out in front of this thing right now, which is, like I said, as a storm chaser is great, but if you're stuck with this storm, it takes forever for it to pass by, unfortunately. So just looking here. We're going to do that. There we go. Okay, let's wait for another scan. Clock is 5:12 p.m. Alberta time. That's Eastern Ontario up there at in terms of the time. We're about 7 minutes in, so we got about a minute till our next scan gets updated here. Big Boy Benser saying I'm in Camrose, which is about an hour southeast of Edmonton. So yeah, not the best weather today for you in terms of rainy, dreary, and the temperatures are not that warm. So just looking there, I got a beep there. So what are they updating here? Oh, they've put out So this is back for that Lachute storm, which was what I was talking about, how that storm has been sitting there. They've severe warned this storm, and I'm assuming it's for rainfall. So yes, heavy rain may cause flash flooding and significant reductions to visibility. So again, that is on the Quebec side along the 50 in Lachute, and to the northwest of there, these storms are dumping a ton of rain, but not moving out of there. It does look like things are quieting down for the Montreal area, and these storms are slowly now moving south of Montreal and out of that area as well. So let me get back to Alberta, and we'll jump on what's going on there with the latest radar scan. So this is our latest scan that just came out. Hail has gone down on this, so that could be a good sign. Rotation has broadened out, meaning it's gotten wider and larger. So that is also a good sign for anybody in the path of this storm. So in one scan, we lost basically most of our hail core. We went from this scan here where we had a nice concise hail core tightened up, and then boom, there's basically just very heavy rain with tiny pockets of small hail. So we'll see if this re-intensifies like it did earlier. I'm just walking this storm back so people can see what's actually been going on. And again, it is moving mostly eastward at this point. So Big Boy Benser saying, yeah, 100 millimeters maximum for the forecast. Yes, and I got a lot of beeps going on, so let me just take a look at what's happening here. They've updated... Oh, they've put a severe for Ottawa, I believe. So let me switch out this right here. So this is thunderstorm. Oh, special weather statement. Okay, this is a special weather statement for Ottawa and east of Ottawa, saying local heavy rain this evening. Rainfalls up to 40 millimeters. So that is this gray box that was popped up here. Extends out to Buckingham, Masson, Angers, and then kind of to Cumberland and through Orleans, and then all the way back through Ottawa. But I think most of this heavy rain is going to be on the east side of Ottawa, just the way this is tracking. And I'll show you guys how this has been. It hasn't been going through, it's just skirting Ottawa essentially, but I would say downtown and east would be where I would think, though, that heavier rain would be. So let me go back up to Edmonton area. So we do have so many boxes up here. Yellow rain warning 75 to 150 on this one. We've got an orange one. Let me see. That's this one's saying 70 to 100 millimeters. So we have quite a bit of different variation, but obviously a ton of rain over the next few days for all of these areas up to the north in the Edmonton area. And as you can see, quite a few rain showers moving in and around the region, and it's going to continue for the next couple of days. So and I just had more beeps there, so I'm just checking to see what they've updated. So bear with me here. What was the last warning here? So that's still the Lachute one. I'm just checking to see what they've done. Significant rainfall on the way. Showers and thunderstorms are forming and moving slowly in the Lachute area as well as the immediate surroundings. So again, that's what we briefly talked about. So that's why that is now warned. It is to do with rainfall. So let's just take a look here. I'm going to zoom back in and we'll watch this one storm south east of Calgary at this point. So we've got 5 minutes into the cycle, so we've got another 3 minutes to wait. So Adriana saying okay. Did I respond to something there, or maybe it was just in regards to my commentary? So we'll wait here and see what's going on. Okay. See if Braden's posted anything. No, still not. And this is why it's good to have somebody in front of the storm, because all we're looking at is the radar scans. And again, every 8 minutes, A lot can happen on a storm between those 8-minute scans, but they also don't see the bottom portion of the storm, which is what Braden sees. So it's always good to corroborate information back and forth. So, um, yeah. So, Big Boy asks, Benser saying, does Yukon and Northwest Territories have any warnings? Let me take a look here. I'll swing all the way up, and I don't see any warnings up there whatsoever. So, our only warnings right now are in the Alberta side of things, Edmonton area, and south of there a little bit. We're talking rain warnings, rainfall warnings, I should say. I can turn off our temperatures just to clean the map up a little bit. And then we have warnings in Montreal and Eastern Ontario. Actually, sorry, it would be basically all on the Quebec side, other than the special weather statement that just got put out for Ottawa. So that's the only two areas of any severe at this point having warnings put out for them. Okay, this is just now. This is our scan. So let's take a look. Still decent amount of hail in this. It's tucked in around the 539, and it looks like the storm has turned a little bit south. So it's starting to drop a little bit southeast at this point, which can be an indicator of it, latching to the surface a little more. So we'll see whether that's the case, but obviously right here along 539 we have that bright pink, so big hail in there. And I'll back this up. I'm going to play the radar here and we'll step it back. So yeah, the storm is basically moving southeast at this point. So it is no longer moving as eastward, but now it's moving southeast in this general direction. So it's going to continue that way. It'll be south of Brooks. Obviously, this precipitation that's to the north of the core is going to come through Brooks, and obviously other areas. You can see that stretches super far, and we now have essentially a line that has formed and is marching eastward essentially. So again, this is heading towards the Saskatchewan border, so the far eastern portion of Alberta. That's that line, and then obviously this southern storm is the one that has been our attention getter all afternoon essentially. And we do have some storm, looks like an updraft going to the southwest of it around Carmen Gay area. So we'll keep an eye on that to see if that will affect this storm, because if it does go up and this updraft gets strong, it will have its anvil possibly interfere with this storm, which would weaken it more than likely. So we'll have to pay attention to that, and we'll see if that is what actually takes place at this point. So if anybody else has questions, by all means, throw them in the chat. We will do or I will do my best to jump on them and answer them for you guys. Obviously, a quieter stream when there's only one storm to pay attention to. This pales in comparison to about 10 days ago in Manitoba, where we had 4 or 5 tornado warnings going on at the same time, severe warnings all across Saskatchewan and Manitoba. That was the most intense live stream I've ever done as far as severe weather is concerned, and I think we were on for 8 hours, I think, at that point, covering those storms. And there were a few tornadoes that did touch down. Again, that was about 10 days ago. So streams can vary in terms of what's happening on them. Obviously, weather does what it wants, and it's unpredictable. So you never know what you're going to get when we're doing our live streams here. And if you're new here, thank you for joining. And hopefully, if you did subscribe, please turn on notifications so you know when we do go live. And again, we do have a Facebook page that you can follow there. We do posts about forecasts and what's upcoming and alerts and that kind of stuff. YouTube is obviously just for the live streams essentially. And then, we do post some videos from storm chasing adventures and stuff like that as well. But our Facebook page gets essentially everything. So you can definitely find us out there. I'll bring it up here. As well, just share some of our social media, so you can find us throughout here on X, Instagram, obviously Facebook, and then our email address. And we do have a merch store if you're looking to help support the channel and want something nice. Definitely recommend checking it out, and we appreciate any support we get. Okay. Still got some time till the next scan here on this storm, so it'll take a bit before the next one comes out. Another 3 minutes. No, 2 minutes. Roughly 2 minutes till we get the next one here. Gonna zoom out and take a look at what's going back here. See if we've got anything. So more storms to the north of Ottawa on the Quebec side. Still quite a bit of rain just sitting there. And then the Lachute area definitely still getting a ton of rain. But Montreal proper, you can see most of the island right now is rain-free back to the east and north. Just the far southwest corner has got minor rain. So hopefully that's a good sign that things are starting to slowly move out of that region. And, again, south of Montreal has had a mountain of rain in the 200 millimeter or more. Some areas have had 250 plus, according to the radar scans. So, months worth of rain easily in an afternoon, unfortunately. So, so what's going on here? Hovde welding, you are not going to get hit by the core of the storm, but you are going to have rain coming through. So you're just west of Brooks. So if we look at this here, just so you understand, if you haven't been on, the yellow, so some orange, yellow, green, and blue are on the lower end of the scale. When you get into these dark reds and pinks and purples, that's on the high end of the scale for precipitation. So it's you're going to see a lot of precipitation out of this, but you're definitely not getting into the hail. Again, the hail right now is tucked in along this 539 that's down here. You can see this bright pink area. That's where all the hail is sitting right now. So essentially from west to east along that 539, that's where all the hail is. And there is a southeast track on this somewhat. It's mostly eastward, but it does have a southeast component to it. So you don't, hopefully you don't have to worry about it. If you are, west of Brooks, again, you're just going to get a bunch of rain with obviously some lightning and that kind of stuff. But the hail core itself is to the south and to the west of Brooks. So you shouldn't have to worry about it at this point based on what we're seeing on scans. And I can tell you right now from Brooks, the hail core itself is 40 kilometers away, and the storm has been doing 15 to 20 kilometers an hour. So the hail itself, you are far away from it at this point. Not something you need to worry about, just so you know. What else is going on? It's dark in a Duchess coming from Shea. So let's just pull up. I just want to make sure where that is. So yeah, you're going to get into rain here. You're up north of northeast of Brooks. Just moderate to, a little bit moderate heavy rain, but that's basically it. This is all just marching eastward for the most part. It's that little area that I've got circled in orange that obviously is the area of concern, but you can see how this is all pushing out from a few hours ago. And that, like I said, this storm down here has a flanking line starting to happen. So there's updrafts going back to the south of it, which probably is going to weaken this storm more than anything at this point, based on my experience. But we will monitor it to make sure that it doesn't do anything weird. And you can kind of see that line forming. So I'll show you this. I'll play that out. Big Boy asking, does the site track air quality slash smoke and what way it's going? This application doesn't. I don't have that ability. There's a website that we can go to look at that. For example, when we have those big forest fires, obviously that affect whether they're in BC, Ontario, wherever it is, there are air quality websites. Give me a sec here. I can actually pick it up because I do use it every once in a while. I'm just trying to remember where I've got it saved, so bear with me for a second here. Uh, and it will show you, it'll show you exactly where things are headed. That's not what I'm looking for. Bear with me for a moment. Find it for you while we're waiting here. Huh. See here. Oh yeah, this is a good one here. Um, so this one's called IQ Air. I'll share it with you here. That's the page, and so that'll show you where the winds are, what the air quality is. There's a map, or not a map, a legend here that shows you obviously major cities in terms of air quality. You can find all that. So that's iqair.com, where you can find that. And there's a few others out there. I'm just trying to find the one I normally use, but right now I can't seem to find it. Let me see. I know we have one in Ontario too, but that's just a scale. Yeah, anyway, so that's what's going on with the air quality. You can track it there. Hopefully that helps you out. So this is kind of what's progressed, and I think that if these storms to the southwest continue to go up, it is going to weaken this storm here, and the severe aspect may be going down on this, but again, we will have to stay on top of it and make sure that that's the case. We stay on stream until that, the severe warnings are stopped, or the threat has gone away. We don't need to report to you guys when it's raining. Most people can look outside and see that it's raining, so that's how we kind of run things here. If you're new on the channel, we'll stick with it until the severe warnings are dropped or the threat for severe is gone. And just based on how this is unfolding, we've now got a giant line that's formed, and this is the last remaining area of any kind of severe going on. So yeah. So I just see a comment here. Hovde Welding. Okay, rain is good, not hail. We got hail on Tuesday, and yes, that was that storm that tracked kind of south of the Trans-Canada, but paralleled it southeast all the way down to Medicine Hat. So yeah, definitely not fun to get hail, especially if you're into farming and that kind of thing. So Matthew asking, think the storm forming near Nanton will increase in size. Those look like little popcorn storms, I call them. That environment has been somewhat affected by these storms out in front of it. We will monitor them right now. I don't think they will. They're not showing any signs of, you can kind of see that they're coming off the foothills and they go and then they kind of dissipate. So I don't think that's going to do anything. However, so we've just got this scan on this latest storm, still some hail in this storm, but it looks like it's going down, and you're seeing that flanking line of updrafts is starting to go, and that is probably weakening this storm at this point, and things are starting to what we call line out, and that definitely starts to drop that severe potential. So just looking at some velocity scans here, not seeing anything that would require anybody's attention at this point. So still along that 539, and you can see it hasn't really moved off of there. The previous scan, I'll go back to this to show you where those pinks are sitting. It's been tracking along this 539. We do have two distinct areas right now of that hail. but have significantly reduced in size, and the colors have gone down. So the pink isn't as bright as it was. So that is good news for people in line with this storm. And again, it is not moving quickly. This thing is walking at a snail's pace. So we'll see what our next scan does on that one. So yeah, again, the storms up by Nanton, those are coming off the foothills, and they're just popping and dropping, basically nothing sustainable at this point. And I'm just looking back up here at the rest of it. Again, lots of lightning tied in with this line as it marches eastward, but anything north of Brooks, basically north of the Trans-Canada, is just either heavy rain, lots of lightning. The most intense precipitation is here to the west of Hanna on Highway 9, but that's all it is. It's rain. There's no hail indicators on here, and as we get north of 9, you're starting to see that it is just regular rain at that point, and nothing to write home about. And we still have all this rain around the Edmonton area north. Basically, there's going to be consistent rain for the next couple of days, and that's the radar loop from the radar up in the Edmonton area. So that's what's happening there on the Edmonton side of things. So I'll go back here to our storm line that is marching eastward. I've got a question whether Audrey is asking, I live in Craigmile, Alberta. Is it coming here? So let me just, I don't know specifically where, there we go. My software knows where you are. So this is, you're right in it right now, west of Hanna. I was just mentioning that, but the severe portion is way to your south and it's moving eastward. You're basically out of the heaviest of the rain, and back to your west is moderate to light rain eventually, and then it'll be over with at that point. You might have the odd little storm come your way, but the severe portion is done with. And what I'm highlighting here is those storms that are kind of firing off the foothills. You can see them fire and disappear. That's what's happening with all the storms coming off the foothills. They just fire and dissipate. So nothing to be really concerned about behind this line once it moves through. Again, you know, now we're getting a very strong indication here. You can see this kind of bow echo happening, or the line bowing out essentially as this marches through, and there's more and more storms starting to fire here past Lethbridge, kind of to the west there. So I bet we're going to see more storms fire kind of down to almost Pincher Creek, close to that area. I can see that they're going to start firing there, and that'll be just more updrafts going in that direction. So let's kill that line off, and then we'll wait here. So this is 5:29 p.m. Alberta time. We're about 2 minutes away from our next scan, so we'll see what that shows for us here, and hopefully it's weakening this storm here and on the next scan. And I suspect that'll be the case, just because of all these updrafts are now going to be interfering with the storm. And originally this storm was on its own, which means it had the environment to itself and nothing else was interfering with it. So Matthew saying that's where I'm driving to right now, Lethbridge. Want to see some storms. So depending where you're coming from, but yeah, just to the north of Lethbridge, it looks like there's more storms firing. There's a bit of an updraft here right by Nobleford, and I suspect there'll be a few more, and they're going to march eastward. So yeah, that's what's taking place this afternoon. And I think, like I said, I think things are winding down on this event, which would be good. Is this our latest scan here? Yeah, this scan just came in. There is some hail forming down here. Still the closest radar, but these updrafts are starting to go, so it's starting to line out. We still have some hail tucked in here along that 539, but we now have storms all the way down to Barrens, and there's that storm by Nobleford. So again, you're starting to see more and more updrafts going further back southwest of that line. And as that continues, so let's take a look at velocity scans. So wind speed and direction. I do not see anything rotating that's of any concern at this point. Again, rotation is somewhat normal on especially supercell thunderstorms. It's when you have them rotating quickly and close to each other, that's where you need to start to pay attention, but nothing right now is jumping out at me. And we still just have this severe warning, obviously, for the hail. I'm just going to take a look. Originally they called, they actually, so this was updated about 37 minutes ago when we saw that really large hail. They are calling for golf ball to tennis ball sized hail. So they did change the wording, but that is quite some time ago. The hail has subsided on this. Again, I can kind of play this out here. Let me just take a look here. So if I back it up, that's where you would have had tennis ball sized hail, where we've got this big hail core. And then you can see it kind of starts to break up in a few scans. And now we're down to these small pixelations. So in here would be pea-sized to maybe grapes, but I think grapes would be pushing it. But we do have an indicator of hail down here by 5:29 and 8:45. Which would be just east of Champion, it looks like, near the Travers Reservoir, kind of east of there. So we'll see if that picks up on intensity. And with storm systems, the south portion of the line of storms generally is the area where that more severe weather can happen, just because it's unimpeded somewhat. So we'll continue to watch this and see how it marches east towards Saskatchewan. So just looking here. Okay. What time have we got? It's 5:35 p.m. So 4 minutes into this scan. I'll come back to Ottawa area or Montreal area and take a look if anything has changed here on the latest scan. Still got storms north of Ottawa continuing to sit in that one area, Denholm, Poltimore, St. Pierre to Wakefield. St. Pierre to Wakefield's been, sitting in that rain for the last couple of hours, so there's definitely going to be some flooding there. And now there's more storms all the way up to Blue Sea, just south of Maniwaki. So line of storms definitely still continuing to produce a lot of rain. Lachute area, a little bit better right in Lachute, but west of there, there's still quite a bit of rain. And then through Montreal, most of the rain is over with. And this is now starting to move out of that southern portion of Quebec towards the U.S. border. That is still got rain there, but it is getting better, and looks like there's light at the end of the tunnel for those folks. So hopefully that's a good sign. We have a bit of a storm here south of Rigaud, moving southeast. That'll cross the St. Lawrence into the southern portion of Quebec, and then cross into New York. So that's what's happening back here at this point. I was going to look actually around eastern Ontario. Most of the storms have died off south of Ottawa, so essentially the only area that we have these storms are north of Ottawa, and they're kind of parking themselves there to a certain extent. So they just updated this while I was here, so let's see what they're saying. Still saying flash flooding and significant reduction to visibility, but they may have enlarged it. That's why this flashed. I didn't see the size of it, so I can't remember for sure. But they're still maintaining this warning here. It's for the next 2 hours still at this point, so we'll see if those storms stick it out. So let's head back to Alberta and watch what's going on with this line here. So we're about 2 minutes away from the next update on radar. What else? Okay, so Okay, so I've got a few questions that I missed here. Audrey saying, I live in Craig Miles, so we've covered that. What else? How do I check these updraft indicators you were talking about? I'm using WeatherWise. So Matthew, what's an updraft indicator to me is on radar. When you start seeing these little storms popping in a line, you know that's another updraft that is happening. So you look southwest of this line. This is an updraft right here by Nobleford. Whether it turns into something or not, you have to wait for. There you go. We just got the next scan, and this one increased a little bit, but it's not as intense, so it didn't get into orange or red. So those are your updrafts, and if you do look on satellite imagery is another way of cheating. So we can look at satellite imagery here of these storms, and you can see that there's a few little updrafts. They're not strong. But the main storm here, you can see right on satellite imagery, this big anvil that stretches kind of northeast up there. So that's the satellite imagery that we use to corroborate what we're seeing on radar. So let me come back to this. There is some hail tucked into this now in kind of a line right through this area here and back to the southwest is where it's tailing off. There are small pockets of hail still left on this original storm that we were watching, but again, I think this is all weakening in the sense of severity, just because we've got too much interfering with it now back to the southwest. So not seeing any areas of rotation that are concerning at this point. So again, I think things are definitely looking better for anybody that's in the path of the storm. There is still some hail in this, and there's more hail that formed in a line, but it's a very narrow swath, and it's not a lot of bright pinks or anything like that. So again, pea-sized hail to grape-sized hail would be what my expectations on that would be based on the radar that I'm looking at here. And I'm just going to check to see what if Braden hasn't posted anything new in a while, which is also probably a good indicator that that storm isn't intensifying. But if he does post anything, I'll bring it up here. Hovde Welding, we're just on the edge. No wind now, calm before the storm, just west of Brooks. Thank you for that update. It's definitely marching your way slowly, but it is also somewhat getting disorganized up there, meaning the precipitation is dropping and stuff like that. So what else? Anthony Boivin saying storm is relentless in Cantley, Quebec, which is just north of Ottawa. And yes, you guys have just had that. Storms are just parked over you guys, which is unfortunate because, again, you're going to have flooding and that kind of stuff happening. So Yuli's World, good to see you in the chat. We had some crazy stuff here in Montreal. Most of the West Island has moderate to high flooding. It's crazy. And I'm sorry to hear that. Definitely. It was a prolific rain event through Montreal and south of Montreal. So I suspect we're going to see a lot of flooding images and videos coming out of those areas because tons of rain has fallen throughout the region. So hopefully you're not affected, and we'll keep an eye on that as well, just to update people if that's coming to an end. I've got a comment here from one of my moderators. Okay, so we can actually see, that's a nice picture. Let me share this with you guys. This is back in Alberta. Do we have cameras down this way here? Actually, I didn't even realize that we might have cameras that we can access. No, we don't have any in Alberta. We have BC and we have Manitoba. But anyways, that are built into the app. I mean, there are cameras you can access, but so let me bring this up. Veronica just showing a camera that is south of Nobleford, looking back up at the line here. So let me share that with you. That's this image here. So we're kind of looking northeast, I would say, and that's the line stretching back to the southwest. So that's what it looks like from the traffic camera out that way on the 511 for Alberta. And I'm going to make myself a note to see if they're going to have Alberta cameras up for this application, because it makes it easier for me to pick them up and show them to you folks when they're built into the app, because I can just go on a BC camera right here, click that camera, and there's your view right there. And I can even blow it up to, oh, whoops, grab the wrong section there, and blow it up. So when we have the cameras built in right to the app, it makes it a lot easier. So anyways, so we'll continue to watch this. What time are we? 5:41 p.m. So we're about 2 minutes from our next scan. What else? Shay saying it's getting very noisy out there. Definitely a lot of thunder and lightning involved with this line as it moves through, but luckily it's not that wide where the thunder and lightning is happening mostly, and it could be a little more noisy down here on the southern end, because obviously there's far more intensity for the severe part of it, and that's why it's severe warned. But we'll see what our next scan shows us as well. So Anthony Boivin saying possible rotation out on Cantley, which is on the Quebec side here. So I'll take a quick look just to make sure, put people's minds at ease if it's anything. But let's just take a look here. There's a bit of rotation, but it's not tight, and it's not something that this one right here, they've just updated this one for not for rotation, but I'm just going to look at how this has progressed. Yeah, there's a bit of rotation, but it's broad. Oh, there's our next scan, and it definitely weakened on that one. So nothing to be concerned about. And they're updating this Lachute warning. I think they pushed the box further out. Yeah, so they've moved the box further west as the storms are stretching to the west. So let me pull that up here. And I'll go to our closest radar because we are far away. So they have moved the box for the precipitation all the way back up to Lac Simon, Montpellier, up in that area, because this line is kind of stretching back that way. So let's go look at Alberta again, and we'll see whether I'm going to turn the traffic cams off and then take a look at our latest scan on this. So there's still hail in that initial cell. The line that is stretching back to the southwest is just heavy precipitation with the odd pixelation in there, so maybe pea-sized or smaller. I'm going to look at rotation to see if anything's going on there. There is some broad rotation. Again, that's normal, but nothing out here jumps at me that that would be concerning. So again, north of this storm is also kind of coming apart. You're seeing far less red, far less orange, and we're mostly yellow and green. Another indicator that that anvil cloud that was from this updraft with where all this hail is weakening, and it's just regular rain at this point. Up here by Hannah and southeast of there, heavy precipitation with lots of lightning, but no hail indicated on radar at this time. So that's a brief rundown of that one. Let me just check something here. Okay. Thanks, Veronica, for sharing that with me. As far as my moderator, giving that camera as well, that view. Yeah, not much else to kind of go over between scans at this point. Going to still look up in Edmonton. There's more yellow making its way up there. So definitely quite a bit of rain moving through the region. You can see that it's starting to fill in more in that northern portion, kind of north of Red Deer, Rocky Mountain House. You're starting to get far more precipitation filling in, which is not good if you guys are expecting all that rain. This is just going to obviously add to it, and it's over the next few days. So it's going to be consistent rain for a while here. So that's unfortunate. It's 70 to 150 millimeters, depending where you are, is obviously quite a bit of rain over a few days. So hopefully if flooding isn't too bad at this point. So, okay. Let's keep an eye on this storm here. And then we'll update you folks as that continues to progress. So we're still a few minutes out from a new update at this point. And other things. Okay, just looking over some of my stuff here. Um, Brody saying, don't forget about the rotation in Ottawa. I don't think there was any rotation in Ottawa, but let me just take a look here to make sure. There isn't even a storm in Ottawa. There's, again, the stuff north of there. We were looking at the rotation a short while ago, but that has subsided and it's very broad and very weak. So no concern about rotation north of Ottawa currently. If that's where you're referring to, again, in Ottawa, there's nothing itself, but no concerns on the stuff on the Quebec side with those thunderstorms. There was some mild rotation in there, but it's a very mild at best. And again, rotation is something that is normal with storms. It's just how much at the end of the day. So anyways, yeah, I mean, I appreciate people putting the comments in there so I can take a look at it. I'd rather be on the side of caution and look at things more than once than not look at it at all. And considering how far we are, how far we're covering today between Alberta and Ontario and Quebec, it's a lot of area to cover. So it's always good to have more than one person looking at things. And like I said, I appreciate when people try make me aware of areas to be concerned about. So. HOV DeWelding, I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce that, but starting to rain here now west of Brooks. Wind is picking up, and yes, you are in the rain, but again, it's the more intense stuff is just to your south essentially. But if you are just west of Brooks here, somewhere around 36, that's very mild rain. But that red and orange and yellow will obviously pick up in precipitation, but it's very light compared to what's tucked into 539 and kind of southwest of there. This storm is continuing to keep that hail. It has now moved on down here, south of the 539, but there is hail in here. It is moving southeast essentially. It's slowly stepping southeast and working its way from there. The line itself behind it is just heavy precipitation. And then there's a lot of lightning tucked in here on the southwest tip of it. And then we have that other updraft going here to the north of Nobleford. That's obviously going to, jump into the line is the best way that I can say it. Let's look at rotation on this storm here. There is some rotation on this storm. It is very broad as well. So let me just highlight that. That would be in this area here. And, but our readings as far as speeds or anything like that, they're not very high. They're 50 kilometers an hour with 30 kilometers an hour. So no real bright spots that jump out. But if it does continue to increase, we will have to pay attention to it. But right now, it's not an area, it's not something I'm concerned about. I am going to watch that area, but we'll have to wait for the next scan on that one. So Matthew asking, how good is CAPE index for predicting future storm development? So CAPE is something that's required for storms. So you do need it depending where you are in the country, more CAPE or less CAPE, depending on where you're at. CAPE is convective available potential energy, which is storm juice essentially. Eastern Ontario, sometimes we can get decent storms off 1,500 CAPE, 1,000 CAPE. We've had, and that scale goes all the way up to 6,000. So CAPE is definitely something that you need for storms to be able to happen. If you have no CAPE, you're not getting storms. Doesn't matter what's going on. So it is definitely one of your good indicators of storm development. Obviously, there's a lot more that goes into it when we're getting technical, but definitely Cape moisture, temperature. So one of the tricks for severe weather forecasting is the acronym SLIM: shear, lift, instability, and moisture. That's what you're looking for if you're going to forecast for severe storms and potentially tornadoes. The acronym SLIM is one of the ones I've always kind of followed. I keep it fairly simple. There's a lot of people that are a lot smarter than I am in terms of forecasting for severe weather. But I do know when I have to listen to people that are smarter than me and that are talking, and I learn a lot that way. But definitely, that's one of the things I stick to is SLIM for sure. Hovdi is how you say it, Norwegian. Oh, cool. See, I learned something today. Thank you. I appreciate that. Tara saying storm that's over Drumheller is not over Hannah. Is not over Hannah. Took 15 minutes of watching it come. Lots of thunder, lightning, and ton of rain. Winds are nuts here too. So, was over Drumheller. Yeah, which is back here to the west, but right now is kind of to the east of Hannah. So, yes, that is definitely packing quite a bit of rain in this line where you see those reds and oranges. Those are definitely going to be heavy precipitation in there. There will be some winds associated with it, and you can see it arching like that. Then there's this big gap. And then there's a bit of rain tucked in here northwest of Brooks. And then obviously our one storm here that's interacting with the end of the line has a ton of hail in it. So obviously still quite a bit of precipitation involved, but they're not severe, meaning severe threshold. That's why they're not, severe warned in terms of yellow boxes, but still going to be heavy rain coming through with wind and lightning. So appreciate that very much that you're giving us information on the ground, because again, we don't see right to the ground with the radar. So, Jason asking, have I ever seen Cape over 4,000 in Canada? I want to say out on the prairies, I may have seen something in that neighborhood, but I would have to go back and look at some data. But 4,000 in Canada would be definitely very high end. I've chased in Oklahoma with 6,000 plus Cape, and that was absolutely hail making machines. Basically updrafts were just going up and tossing grapefruits, almost softball sized hail basically, in that kind of environment. It was crazy. So anyways, what else have we got? Tara, glad I could answer that. And Matthew, same thing. Appreciate you guys asking the questions. It's definitely helps me to be able to help others to understand weather, and that's what we're here for. Canadian Weather Live was basically started so that we don't hype stuff up. We actually try and turn the temperature down on severe weather, because there's a lot of platforms that just, it's the end of the world, severe weather is coming, we're all going to die, that kind of scenario. We are not about that. I would rather see a lot less likes and clicks, but I'm going to get you the accurate information and keep it realistic. That's basically at the end of the day. So they just extended the box for the severe warning for this storm eastward towards Trans-Canada 1. This is our latest scan here. We do have some hail still tucked in here. That is maintaining, but this is pea-sized hail, probably maybe slightly bigger than that. So nothing too severe. It is going down compared to what it was. I don't see anything in terms of rotation that's an issue, so that's also good. So we may be downtrending here. A little bit of hail here back on this 522 southwest of that original hail that we're talking about in this area here. If I zoom back out, you can see that. So the rest of it is just heavy precipitation through there. But those are our only two little pockets of hail at this point. Just going to move up the line, take a look. There's nothing up there other than just heavy precipitation. So Matthew saying I should be close to the tip in about 30 minutes. So that's cool. We've got somebody on the ground chasing as well. Julie saying minor rotation for a storm north of Ottawa. That was a while back. And again, I can look on the latest scan, but nothing in terms of any intensity. Again, rotation is normal on storms. It's part of the process of storms. But I'll take a look here to see if anything's happening, just to be sure, because again, you know, I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. So let's just take a look here. No, there's nothing of any significance here. We have a very broad rotation, meaning across most of the storm, and none of these wind speeds or anything. If these greens got really bright and the reds got really bright, then we'd have something to talk about. But that is just normal storm, you know, stuff going on. So it's not an issue in terms of rotation anywhere near Ottawa or north of Ottawa. We just have, these are severe warned for heavy rainfall because they're not moving out of the area. That's basically the problem with them. And I'll just look at Montreal again. Still in the Lachute area, kind of northwest of there. There's still rain showers just sticking in there, which are very heavy, but things are slowly clearing out of the Montreal area and south of there. So over the next half an hour to an hour, hopefully that's over and done with. So let's get back out here to Alberta. And we'll take a look at this, and I'll kind of just play the cycle here in terms of the radar, and just so you can see how that's unfolded. Anthony Bonvoin saying, yeah, nah, but there sure is a ton of lightning keeping the kids awake. Yeah, unfortunately, it's 8 p.m. Eastern Ontario time, obviously 6:03 p.m. Alberta time, starting to get close to sunset here within the hour. So darkness will happen. So a bit of a light show might happen, but Jason saying Napierville, 150 millimeters of rain today. Yes, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's actually higher than that. The U.S. radar was showing more than that, but again, the U.S. radar is farther away. So a ton of 150 millimeters of rain is half a foot, 6 inches of rain. So that will cause flooding regardless of where it is, essentially. So I feel awful for those folks. So give me a second here. Oh, now I'm fine. Okay. So, so there's another platform. I'm understanding why I'm getting the questions about north of Ottawa. There's another platform that does weather that put out minor rotation north of Ottawa, and they put an alert out for it. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about that is unnecessary. I'm not going to name names, but there's absolutely no reason for any kind of rotation to be pointed out north of Ottawa. Again, that is normal process of storms, and there's nothing up there that would justify that going out, but that's the way they run things. So we do things a little differently. We keep it more realistic. We don't try and scare people. Fear mongering is the last thing I want to do on this platform, and it frustrates me when I see that. But I just saw a comment in my chat showing me what was put out by the other platform, and that's why I've had several questions in the chat about rotation north of Ottawa. So unfortunately, that's just a platform putting out information that personally they shouldn't have put out, but that's just us. So it's frustrating to see that. Anyways, yeah, I get so annoyed with that because, and that's why we exist. Actually, that's one of the reasons we exist. We started a year ago. Yesterday was our 1 year anniversary of our first live stream because we want people to understand severe weather rather than be afraid of it. So it's like I said, it's extremely frustrating when stuff like that happens because there's so many people with storm anxiety, and we're here to kind of take that anxiety and turn it down. So here's our latest scan. Enough me complaining about that. Here's our latest scan. I think things are starting to die off here. You can see all the purple has essentially gone away from this storm. We'll continue to monitor this for a little bit because if you've been here for the afternoon, this storm, all the hail disappeared off of it and then suddenly re-intensified. So we'll watch this, but right now I'm not seeing any hail indicators. Essentially, there's 1 or 2 pixels throughout this line, just heavy rain in those areas with that red and orange. Yellow and green and blue on the lighter end of things, but I think this is looking much better as far as the severe component going down on this. So yeah, so anyways, I'm glad that I figured out why I was suddenly getting questions about rotation in the Ottawa area, because it just didn't make sense to me. So anybody who's wondering about that, there's nothing to worry about north of Ottawa. That is just normal of storms at this point. So what else? Expired PCP. Yeah, well, I'm just gonna plead the fifth there, but anyways, it's definitely weather you have to treat with respect, for sure. I've storm chased since 2014, so I've got 12 years under my belt. I've seen 94 tornadoes personally. And weather analysis of radar, that's what I'm good at. I'm good at day of, long-term forecasting is not my specialty. That's where Connor's really good. I understand the basics and I do enough of it to understand what's going to happen. But day of, what I call nowcasting, I can understand what's going on a vast majority of time with storms or storm systems and that kind of stuff. And that's why I'm sitting here in front of the computer relaying information to folks so that those that are in front of these storms can get the information as soon as possible. But I'm also not trying to scare them or freak them out unnecessarily. So I'm curious what the next scan on this storm is going to look like. We are 6:05 p.m. Alberta time. So we're about 4 minutes away from our next scan. I'll see what's going on there. Looking back up towards Edmonton, I think is just going to be a lot more rain. So you can see rain kind of filling in these areas. This is all moving northeast, but it is packing in and it's starting to widen out that precipitation. And so I'll just run the radar cycle here. So you can see that it was a lot more spotty or sporadic, and then now the storms are pushing up and that precipitation is starting to fill in there kind of between Rocky Mountain House north of Red Deer over to Stettler and then pushing northeast up towards Edmonton. So again, you guys, because of these green boxes that are out there, Environment Canada calling from anywhere from 70 to 150 millimeters, depending where you are over the next 2 days. So even 70 millimeters, ton of rain. But that's what you guys are expecting for the next few days. There's nothing severe about it other than, the flooding potential. If you're in that 150 millimeter area, that's going to be significant rainfall. So this is on the south side here, east of Calgary, now starting to approach that Saskatchewan border. And you can see that south end of the storms. This is where that storm came from with all that pink and purple, tons of hail in there, and now it looks like it's dissipating. So we'll wait a couple more scans here just to confirm that that is the case. Just want to be sure, and I always I want to be confident when I say that the severe threat is over before I actually pull the stream. And we are human, we do make mistakes. Listen, that happens to everybody. I've made mistakes, but at the end of the day, we try and learn from them and not repeat them. So that's basically the biggest thing I can take away from it. So Hovde Welding saying raining hard now west of Brooks. And yes, you would be right in it right now. It'll be over soon. It's not going to last too long, even though this is a slow moving line at this point. Once you get out of it, the rain's basically over with. So, evening all. Canada chick, Navin just got dark, came to see what's up. Tom made me feel better knowing there's no reason to worry. I'm so happy to hear that. That makes my day when I'll help people not worry about severe weather. So I'm glad to hear that. Definitely nothing to worry about in the Ottawa area. The only problem is those storms north of Ottawa are definitely going to have some flooding effects there. Tucked in. I'm just going to swing back there just so I can highlight it again. Just make sure I'm saying the right towns and all that kind of stuff. So all the way, wow, Blue Sea Lake, or no, it's not Blue Sea Lake, Blue Sea all the way down Notre Dame de l'Eau, and then straight down Denham, Poltimore, St. Pierre to Wakefield along that track or that highway. These storms, Cantley, they've been sitting there basically the whole time for the last few hours, dumping a ton of precipitation. That is the biggest issue there. Same thing with this stuff over by Lachute. And then Montreal, I'm just going to take a quick look at it again. Montreal out of it mostly, and then south of there, Napierville still getting rained on. Even though it's light, the amount of rain they've seen today is crazy. So still raining there, but hopefully going to be ending soon. At least the intensity of the precipitation is diminishing south of Montreal. So let's go back into here and we'll take it from there. So we're just crossing the 4-hour mark here of our live stream. I appreciate everybody who's stuck with us today, who's been in and out, whatever, whether you've been here for 5 minutes or 5 hours. I really appreciate everybody in here. So Canada's just sick. Canada chick just saying it is Blue Sea Lake. Our cottage is there, and I thought there was a Blue Sea Lake up there, but I didn't know if there was a town or not. So what's going on? Cinco saying, hi, Tom. Has there been a significant drop in air pressure? My right hip has been screaming all afternoon. Started at the Red Blacks game back in Ottawa. I would have to take a look. Let me see. I haven't been monitoring the air pressure, so I'm not 100% sure about that. But give me 1 second here. I want to see if these mesonets will show me what the air pressure has been. 1 second here. I might be able to get that. There we go. Yep. So it started, air pressure around the Ottawa area started dropping around 6:30 p.m. So about an hour and 45 minutes ago. And it's been in a steady decline for the last little bit here. So let me just see here. Oh, there we go. Actually, I see, I said I was human. I make mistakes. I just made one. I clicked on air pressure and for some reason it brought up temperature. So barometric pressure has actually been rising in the Ottawa area. So since about 5:30, it's climbed steadily. It peaked about 7:20 p.m. and now it's kind of been fluctuating up and down. So I apologize. That first piece of information was incorrect. Like I said, it turns out I'm human. I make mistakes, but I catch them anyways. So hopefully that answers your question. So it's not dropping. It's actually going up, to be honest with you. Ulysses World saying the tip of West Island might get that storm. Yes, up by Lachute. If it continues to drag southeast, it may end up there. So yeah, definitely a possibility at this point. Sylvie Smith saying dark stormy skies look more menacing than they actually are, I think. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Sylvie, where are you located right now? That's the biggest question because I am fortunately I'm covering Ontario, Quebec, and Alberta. So if you can clarify where you are, I can let you know what's going on. So and then we'll take a look here. In the meantime, I'm going to see when this next scan is going to update. So it does look like this may have updated when I missed it, but I could be wrong. I'm not seeing any rotation there. I'm just going to play this. I'm trying to see if this is the latest scan. It is. So this is, again, it looks like our severe component is dying off at this point. There are still a few pixels of pink in a couple of areas, but that is pea-sized or smaller hail. The rest of the line is just heavy precipitation all the way just north of that Highway 9. After that, you get into moderate rain and then into light rain as you get north towards Edmonton, north of Red Deer, Stettler, in those areas. Just, you know, consistent rain showers up that way. So I suspect our severe warning here might get pulled in the next little while. while if we continue to see the downtrend on this southern tip of this line of storms, essentially. So, yeah. And so, yeah, Sylvie Smith, if you can just update me where you are, and I can tell you whether you have anything to worry about, and we'll take it from there. Okay. Just checking some stuff here before I jump back in and take a look at more scans and that kind of stuff. Okay, there we go. Okay. And I can look at satellite imagery here. So this is what's been cycling. You can see it's starting to get a bit darker. So out in Alberta, we've still got quite a bit of daylight left, only 6:17 p.m. But you can see in that bottom, very bottom of the screen is where that line of storms is. So the blue line on the kind of right side, that's Saskatchewan, Alberta border. Obviously the BC, Alberta border. What the? Oh, Connor's back. I just got a bunch of noise in my ear, so I was like, what's going on? Anyways, did you bring me a burger and a hot dog?
Yeah, it's at your door.
What? My Ring doorbell didn't go off.
That's funny.
Did you have a good time for Father's Day? How's Dad? Everybody good?
Everybody's good. Yeah, we chilled. We had burgers and hot dogs, and yeah, it was a good time.
Perfect.
Quick little
Glad
visit.
to hear it. So you came here just in time for that southern end of the storm. It's still, oh, it just picked up hail again. This thing's crazy. It doesn't want to give up. So
it made it further than what I thought.
Yeah, it was dying off, and now it just a little bit. So this here would be pea-sized hail, maybe slightly bigger than that. So that's on our latest scan. This is south of Brooks. And again, you can see the rest of the line kind of coming apart where you've got a lot more green intruding into the line and breaking up that orange and red. So we're having this pulsing effect going on where those updrafts are going up, giving us that hail and then kind of coming down. So we'll see this. We've had a downtrend for the last 2 or 3 scans. This is the first one to show an intensification on it. And we'll see what's going on there. Just gonna, I think you saw it, but we had people suddenly questioning me here in the chat about some rotation near Ottawa or north of Ottawa. And I couldn't figure out why. I was looking at it. Why would be people concerned about it? And then I figured out another platform put out a warning for rotation and had no business doing it. So I don't know if you got questioned about that on your platform, but
I sure did. I sure did. And you know what? I think you probably mentioned it, but there is literally nothing to worry about. Like not even a little bit. It is the
yeah.
most regular thunderstorm that you could possibly have in the summer. The only severe thing about it is that it's sitting there dumping a bunch of rain. That's the only thing that you need to worry about.
So I'm just looking at it now. Here in Eastern Ontario, it's 8:20 p.m. Our sun is about to set over the horizon. And one of the things that we have in Canada, because we're farther away from those warmer temperatures, the moisture, when we lose the sun, which is diurnal heating basically, when that goes over the horizon, our storms start to weaken in normal circumstances. So I'm just looking at the Ottawa radar here, and you can see the stuff north of Ottawa is starting to unravel, and it's because they're losing that energy from the sun. So these are starting, it's still raining, obviously, but you're seeing far more yellow and green north of Ottawa at this point onto the Quebec side. So that is a good sign. So hopefully that means things are petering out on that side. And I'm just going to look at the Montreal stuff. And other than the Lachute area, that's the most intense precipitation area near Grenville, north of there, basically. But as the sun is going to go down, these storms are going to subside, and we're going to start losing any of that heavier precipitation, and hopefully they die off and give people a break as well. So that's what's going on in Eastern Ontario. And then I'm going to come back here to Alberta, and we're just going to watch this and see whether this hail continues to show its ugly face. Again, this would be just over the 36, which runs north to south. It's kind of just east of there, heading southeast a little bit, and still quite a ways from the Trans-Canada. I'm just going to measure that out here. So we are still about 37 kilometers from the Trans-Canada Highway directly east, but this is moving southeast, so it would be quite some time before this hail makes it to the Trans-Canada, thankfully. So we'll keep an eye on this. And actually, I'm going to see if we're closer to, there's a new radar that I can use. So this radar is closer to it, showing a little bit more hail in here because it's closer to the radar now. Where is that radar? Is that, oh yeah, it's just northeast of Medicine Hat. So this storm is heading towards that area. So again, that's the only area of any kind of hail indicating here compared to the rest of the line of the storms. So we'll continue to walk up here. Just tons of precipitations tucked into the east and south of Stettler or north of Hanna. Still quite a bit of rain up there, and lightning all tucked into the line as it moves eastward at this point. So switch back to this radar. We'll take a look at it northeast of Medicine Hat. So, and that's Suffield radar, if I remember correctly. Okay, what else have we got going on? Here for the minor rotation in Quebec. Okay, yeah, we've already thank you. Okay, thank you. So we've kind of covered that. So again, I know people are jumping in here to get verification on it. So and Hayden just calling me out for looking at the wrong radar, which is funny. I just figured it out on my own, but I'm still not 100% familiar with all radar locations, especially across Canada. But thanks for the tip, Hayden. I appreciate it. I was wondering when I was going to get close to a new radar. But as we do more and more of these, we're obviously going to get more familiar with radar locations throughout the country. What else here? Mike saying lots of thunder and lightning and dark clouds in East Hawkesbury on the Quebec, Ontario-Quebec border. And that's that line of, that's that small cluster of storms that are sitting kind of west of Lachute, north of Grenville. They've been sitting there for a while, but they're just more issue there is possible flooding because they've been parked there for a while. So, Canadian Beach saying, man, that's annoying. I was wondering as it didn't seem that bad, and it wasn't. Again, I've said it throughout the afternoon. Rotation on storms is perfectly normal. It's how tightly that rotation is moving and how much velocity there is in those rotation signatures. That's when we get our attention, and the look of the storm too. Like there's literally a look to a storm when you're like, as a storm chaser, okay, we need to pay attention to this. It's developing a hook echo. There's all these little indicators that we look at without getting into technobabble. And none of the storms over there have any potential would be the word I would use. So anyways, I'm glad we could get that out there. Huck, good to see you in the chat. Looking east from Hawkesbury, pretty stormy. Yeah, it's more north and kind of south. More north of you and east of you out that way. So definitely still parked over there. But I think once this sun goes over the horizon, you're going to see that those storms are going to start to weaken, and the precipitation levels will start to drop on them as well. So Tyson, hello, good to see you in the chat. Jason Sean saying Environment Canada just update watch description for Montreal area until Sunday morning. Conditions are favorable for the repeated development of showers and thunderstorms that may cause flooding. And thank you for that. Appreciate it. We definitely, that area is saturated at this point with water from precipitation. So any additional storms are definitely going to cause pooling and small flooding and that kind of stuff. So hopefully it's not as bad overnight in terms of storms, and hopefully that dissipates. But obviously pay attention if you have a way to get warnings overnight to do with flooding. That's the main thing I could recommend for you at this point. So
Anthony Bluffett. How about that small angular displacement? Yeah, another way of saying it, but yes. Anyways, at least, like I said, when we're serious, it's funny. We have fun with weather. We try and, like I said, turn the temperature down. If there are tornado warnings, my demeanor is completely different. It's all about the information, getting it out, warning people. But the rest of the time, we you don't have to worry about severe weather probably 90% of the time, maybe even more than that. Knowing what's coming is half the battle. And that's the whole point of why we're here. So I definitely enjoyed that comment, Anthony. That was funny. Okay, so 8:23 p.m. our time, 6:23 Alberta time. We've got about 4 minutes before this new radar scan comes in. I think the only reason we have this still severe warned, obviously this tiny little cluster right here of hail. That's basically it, and that would be pea-sized hail at best, would be my guess at this point. I'm just looking at the scans here. Yeah, there's been 2 scans there with a little bit of hail. And what else? Getting questions on our Facebook page from Liz asking about Orleans. Orleans area, there's no issues other than there may be precipitation moving across from the Quebec side. So I'll bring that up here just to highlight that while we're waiting for our next scan. So these storms are moving southeast trajectory. So you can see they've been moving through Orleans being the east side of Ottawa. But you can see it's breaking up. So there are showers still heading for Orleans, but they are not as intense as they were. All that red and orange has disappeared over the last few scans, and I'll catch it here. And you can see all that red, and now all of a sudden we're mostly yellow, green, and very little orange. So there's going to be a shower that's going to just catch into Ottawa here, coming through Cantley. But they are dissipating as they are coming here. These are just very minor showers in the Orleans area, so nothing to be concerned about. You might see a lightning strike with them as well. So as the sun is going down, we're definitely improving our chances of those storms dying out, which would be great because, again, some areas have seen a ton of rain today. So hopefully that answers your question there, Liz, and I appreciate that as well. So, and Veronica, thanks for throwing that into the chat. That's a great way of doing it. And we've just started live streaming. Today's our first actual severe weather live stream on our Facebook page. So we're running it on both platforms. So we're just working through the best way to monitor the chats, monitor, all that kind of stuff. So we couldn't do it without our moderators. So thank you, Veronica. I appreciate that. And Rick has been in here as well. So you guys have been doing awesome. So I appreciate that too. So I don't know if I've seen Melissa in the chat today. She's one of our moderators as well. I haven't had the chance to really look through things, but Melissa always helps us out greatly. And so does Leanne. So your girl, Frank, welcome to the Sunshine Club. Thank you for becoming a member today. Really appreciate that. You get some cool little perks with that. So anybody that's a member of the Sunshine Club, you get some cool little emojis that you can throw into the chat as well. We've got, what do we have? We've got the happy tornado. We've got the angry red barn in there, the sad rain cloud, the excited lightning bolt. We even have our Canadian Weather Live logo as an emoji, and there's a few others in there. So you guys can check them out and use them in the chat as well. So, in the meantime, I think we just got a scan here for Alberta. We did too. So the hail has disappeared off this portion of the storm south of Brooks, and things definitely look like they're weakening. We have one tiny little parcel here of hail on 25. Again, kind of northeast of Picture Butte is the closest town I can find, or where else is there? No, there's not much else out there. So obviously rural Alberta, but that's the only spot where we have any hail. And even that doesn't, normally our severe warnings require 3 centimeter hail. So it's not meeting that component. 3 centimeter hail is 1 inch basically. So I don't think that's happening. Oh, I see that your girl Frank was putting in all the emojis, and we have a thing in there. Maybe I'll have to update that. Our Nightbot is just is putting in symbols, and it if you put too many, it gets upset with you. So I'll adjust that out, because it looks like you tried to put a whole bunch of emojis in there. I can actually probably bring it back up. What can I? No, I can't. I can only see it. Sorry about that. That's just an adjustment I'll have to make on on our Nightbot. He got he's automated, but anyways, it is what it is. We learn as we go along. And there's Rick. Oh yeah, so Rick threw in the Canadian Weather Live one. That's one of our emojis that's in there. We're just having fun with it. Okay. Oh, I didn't even notice Rick, I guess, had to leave, unfortunately, for a bit. The red barn is angry at Nightbot. Yes. Anyways, we're having a little fun with it again, because the severe component is basically gone for Alberta, other than there's obviously a lot of rain packed into this line as it's marching eastward. But the severity of it has gone down drastically compared to where we were when it was near Calgary, and has worked its way there. So again, we try to have a little bit of fun, just not to get people wound up on things. So this is 8:29, so I'm going to wait another scan here to see if this intensifies, and we'll go from there. I am making a note about the Nightbot. So people can use more emojis.
Corinna asking about Edmonton, Alberta. You are completely fine up there, aside from just a little bit of heavy rain up there. A little bit. I think the rainfall warning does include Edmonton, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
Um, yeah,
it's a
I
very
believe it does.
large area. Very
Yeah, but
large area.
no, there's no severe weather in Edmonton, Corinna,
No,
so it's all good.
No, it's all to do. So up there, depending where you are in north of Red Deer, you are looking at 70 to 150 millimeters of rain over the next 2 days. So it's a long drawn out system, not like what Montreal or some of the areas east in Ontario and Quebec are seeing this afternoon, because they're getting that much rain this afternoon. So yeah, it's anywhere from 70 to 150 millimeters or 150 millimeters of rain over the next 2 days, roughly. So nothing to worry about up in Edmonton area. So okay, so we got 6 minutes into the 8-minute cycle. So storm has passed. Thanks for your weather coverage. Good channel. Hovde Welding, thank you very much for tuning in. I appreciate the reports as well. So glad to see you, and hopefully you subscribed and turned on those notifications, because we are, like I said, we should be covering the prairies across there, BC, all the way across the country as much as we can. So we're just growing our channel, and we're only a year into this essentially. So our Toronto saying, Tom, what we need to do is give an award every year to the city that was mentioned the most during the year. The only problem with that, I don't know who's going to track that. That would be a task and a half, trying to track which city was mentioned the most. But yeah, that would be interesting anyways. Karina, yeah, you're welcome. Glad we can answer that. And thank you for subscribing. Really appreciate that. And if you guys are enjoying this, please hit the like button. It definitely helps us get out into the YouTube algorithm. So we really, really appreciate that. HD is asking whether we're covering Ottawa. Yes, we have been. Unfortunately, the minor rotation report that came out was completely unnecessary and was pointless, to be honest with you. We've kind of mentioned it on and off. I want to make sure you feel good about it in terms of understanding what's going on. There's nothing to worry about as far as rotation is concerned with those storms. They are, however, dumping a ton of rain north of Ottawa that looks to be subsiding now. But for the last several hours, it's obviously been raining very heavy to the north of Ottawa, and it's been somewhat stationary. So I can only imagine what that was like. So yeah, HD, you're good. There's nothing to deal with rotation out in that area. And rotation is normal on certain storms. So nothing to worry about there. Perfect. Hovde Welding, I'm subscribed and hit the like button, and I appreciate that, and Connor appreciates it too. So we just got our latest scan in here, and this is coming apart. So the severe component of this, it looks to be over. I'm pretty sure we're going to see that this severe warning is going to get dropped here shortly. I don't see anything anywhere along the lines anymore that would be justified in terms of keeping those severe warnings going. And we're just looking at, I'll bring this up, I'll run the radar from Strathmore right now, and then I'll show you from the other radar. So yeah, you can see how that line, when you have that bright red and those bright oranges and purples, obviously, and they're tight, narrow line of storms, that's where they're more dangerous. But now you're getting that broadening out effect. Rain is spreading out, and it's not as intense in the same area. So again, I'm pretty confident that we are at the end of the severe aspect of this system, and I'm just running it from the Suffield radar. You can see how it's approaching and coming apart. So okay, and then so we had some, this is just an update in terms of power in Eastern Ontario. Around the Iroquois, north of Iroquois, we had about 1,700 people out of power. That has been restored. According to Rick, we have only 44 customers out in Eastern Ontario, so that's fantastic. Most people have got their power back, including Connor, who lost his power for a bit there. And you know, Connor, the cool thing was last year we lost power. We had these lightning strikes that obviously flashed the power, and our stream went down.
I remember that. I remember that day vividly, actually.
That was actually during the tornado warning here in Eastern Ontario, which was the worst timing in the world. But we put in systems in place after that. We have UPSs on all my gear in the studio and all the gear for our internet in the basement. And we power flashed, and you would never know it. Other than I saw things flashing in my house that shouldn't be flashing. So again, that's when people donate, when people support, when people become, you know, members of our YouTube channel. It's all to help with that kind of stuff. We are just essentially, we're a two-man show with a lot of people helping us out, our moderators, our chasers out in the field, that kind of stuff. So it's truly appreciated when people support us, whether you know, big or small, it doesn't matter. We really appreciate that. So
Arn Bessel is asking, why doesn't Alberta seed these hail clouds? Idaho has several planes and pilots whose job is to seed clouds and reduce damage. Why not Alberta? So the thing about Alberta is actually they do have cloud seeders per se, but they usually focus on Calgary. And so like I've chased in Calgary many times over the years. I've gone out west 4 or 5 times to chase. And usually, when there's nice big hailstorms around Calgary, you can look up and you can hear these little planes flying around. And what they do is try to reduce the size of the hail. It's still like not theoretically, like it's not scientifically proven that it actually does work to a certain extent. But they do it in Alberta, but it's usually you know, kind of centered around the Calgary area to reduce the, you know, the billion or $1 million hailstorms that they get occasionally.
Yeah, I mean it's the theory is that it does reduce it slightly, but in terms of the scale, overall, I don't think it impacts it enough. And there's a reason they only do it in two places. If it actually worked, you would look in Oklahoma. Oklahoma, the amount of hail that falls in Oklahoma, Texas, and Kansas, if that kind of stuff worked, car dealerships like it wrecks things left, right, and center worse than it does in Calgary by a
Yeah.
long shot. If it was something that actually worked, it would be used all along in Texas, Tornado Alley essentially, because I've seen hailstones as big as softballs down there. You don't see a single plane flying down there, and I guarantee you, insurance companies, if they had a way to do it, they would, do it. But anyways, so yeah, they do it around Calgary, and that's what they focus on is that metro area of Calgary. Outside of that, you're all on your own. That's basically how they look at it. And that's why I know it's about money and it's not about, actually helping people out. So anyways, interesting thing that they do out there. But yeah. What else is going on here? What's the stuff that they spray? And I'm drawing a blank right now. Something
Oh
iodide.
God, yeah. Silver iodide, something like that.
Yes, that's it. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they actually spray into the clouds. And again, it's to try and weaken the storms. That's essentially what they're trying to do. So, what else have we got here? HD saying, thanks so much. Your coverage is reassuring. I appreciate y'all. We appreciate you. And I'm glad that we're helping you out. So, our Toronto, I don't know that anyone would actually want that award either. Yes, yeah, for being the most mentioned on a severe weather live stream. So, what is this? Is this our latest scan? So, yes, this is now dying off. I'm going to take a look and see if I see anything else of concern. This is our weather. Edmonton, there's a ton of precipitation to the southeast of around Camrose. Obviously, a lot of rain coming in there at this point. Just all around Edmonton, we do have a ton of rain. Just looking at the rest here near Calgary, there's a few little pop-ups here. These are just minor storms, nothing that's going to be of any concern at this point. I'm just going to run the radar just to see if I'm speaking correctly about this, but just watching what they're doing. Yeah, you can see west of Cochrane, there's just storms that are constantly firing, coming off the foothills and then falling apart. We do have some very minor rain here south of Strathmore and that, but nothing of any major significance either. Silver iodide. Yeah. That's what Rick is typing in here.
That's a great point, Hayden. That's a great point about that radar. So Hayden says the only good thing that comes from the Cedars is the C-band radar they have installed near CEA3. It updates every 4 minutes. It's very nice to have.
Yeah, because we get our scans every 8 minutes like we've been talking about. So I'm just looking at the storms north of Ottawa. So we can take a look at this right here on the live stream. And you can see that most of the red, most of the orange is gone, and we're down to yellow, green, and a little bit of orange. So those are starting to come apart. It is still raining, but the intensity of the precipitation is going down, and hopefully that breaks down over the next hour or so. So again, nothing to worry about there. Looking at from the Montreal or Blainville radar, we're looking here. Still a bit of a rain here, intense rain tucked into a very narrow band northwest of Lachute or north of Grenville, Hawkesbury, and again dropping south. But I think that will, you can see here, this is the scan a short while ago and how that's broken up now. So that's losing some intensity as well. And the rain is finally moving out of South Quebec, heading over to the U.S. side of things. So again, we did see that there was some potential for rain overnight with storms from Environment Canada. I'm going to pull it up here, just saying until Sunday morning, conditions are favorable for the repeated development of showers and thunderstorms that may cause flooding.
Ground has a reduced ability to absorb rain, obviously, because it's a very saturated area. That watch is going to be out for 12 hours, so it's still good till tomorrow morning around 9 a.m. roughly. So that's the story there. I think we're at the very end of this. We're looking like, the severe component has subsided. These storms are still going to march eastward towards Saskatchewan, but they are losing their kick for the most part. So, Marilyn, welcome to the Sunshine Club. Thank you very much for becoming a member today. Really appreciate that as well. So it looks like there's obviously going to be still rain and lightning involved with this, but the hail component has basically disappeared, and the severe component of this has disappeared as well. So, Hudvey Welding, all good here west of Brooks on the 36. I'm out. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you tuning in. And again, we're probably going to end the stream here very shortly. I'm just going to actually check if Braden has anything that he's posted no, he hasn't. So that's another good way. That's how I know how to monitor storms. If Braden hasn't posted anything, you know it's dying off. Anyways, Braden's an awesome guy. Again, if you guys don't follow him, please do. Braden Morriso on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, and on Facebook. He is based out of Cochrane. I'm sure most of you guys know him, but definitely an awesome storm chaser in Canada, and he's the tornado whisperer, as I call him. So anyways, what else is going on here? I think we've answered all the questions in here. M. Beaudry saying flooding in Val-des-Monts, which is north of Ottawa. That sucks to hear. I'm not surprised because we've had those storms sitting over that area. Hopefully they are subsiding for you folks. And now that the sun is just going down over the horizon, we should have that improving, and hopefully the rain subsides. So fingers crossed for everybody north of Ottawa for those storms that are parked out there. And then obviously south of Montreal, we've seen some bad photos out that way. So hopefully people, recovering from that. Not a lot of fun, unfortunately. So let's take a look here. Okay, unless there's any specific questions, Connor, is there anything you want to add? I know you just jumped back in here, but before we decide to pull the plug on the stream.
No, I think just kind of regular showers overnight tonight. Maybe extreme eastern portion of the region may see some lightning in the middle of the night tonight, but other than that, pretty tame, pretty regular.
Okay, that's for Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec, just so folks understand. So the thunderstorm warning literally just was expired for this on the southern end of the tip. This is from Environment Canada, so that severe warning is gone. And again, it just corroborates what we're thinking here and why we don't need to be here anymore telling you guys it's raining. If you do have questions outside of the stream, you can always reach us at canadianweatherlive@gmail.com. You can also catch us on any of our social media platforms, which I'm going to share here. So you can reach out to us when we're not live on X, on Instagram, obviously Facebook as well. And we post some interesting stuff for upcoming streams on there as well. But feel free to email us if it's anything to do with weather. Connor and I are happy to respond to you folks, and we all again appreciate all the support. I do see a comment from one of our loyal listeners, Mary Rochon, saying thunder and lightning to the east of Hawkesbury, no rain or wind here. The storm shield in Hawkesbury working well there in eastern Ontario. Seems to be keeping all the precipitation to the north and east of you. So again, thank you everybody. Connor and I appreciate it. We'll catch you guys on the next live stream. We're not sure when that's going to be. Could be tomorrow out west, but we'll see. We're going to look at models and kind of go from there. So I hope everybody has a good evening, and we'll catch you guys on the next live stream.
Ciao.